We're going for live stream. We're live. Please give me a moment to settle down things. Hi everyone, welcome to World Leader Summit. Once again, this is the online edition. Before that, last year in Dubai, we had a complete physical World Leader Summit that happened in December. Before that, as usual, we had World Leader Summit happening online in November. So the format for World Leader Summit, it always happens online and offline. We have multiple different summit. Every month we have startup pitch. So I'll give you a little bit of idea how these things happen. Of course, the main summit that we have is World Leader Summit, which happens in November and December both. But then every month we either have a special talk, a special guest, which we call as leadership talk, wherein we have networking opportunities for others. And then we have multiple different rounds wherein we put the possible SMEs and startups in front of the investors. So just to give you a little bit of idea, myself is Arijit Bhattacharya. I started my entrepreneurial life at the age of 17 in 1998. Started India's one of the first game development company. Eventually, we hopped into virtual reality, blockchain development, robotics, IoT, virtual reality, augmented reality, couple of different latest technologies. And we hopped into a segment where we started making smart cities jointly with multiple different partners across the world. 2008, I felt that I should give back to the community as a mentor, as a guide, and maybe for the newcomers, if we can create an ecosystem. That's how the entire concept started of mentoring. Being a part of multiple different accelerators, incubators across the world. And during the time of 2015-16, we floated our own accelerator. It's called Co-Innovate Ventures. And then we floated and partnered with multiple different VC funds. So that's how the entire structure started. We have existence in US, Australia, almost all the 5 continents. And I love to travel. I love to mix with people, have the opportunity to meet several different personalities in my life who are really change makers, movers and shakers. So I'll not take a lot of time to introduce myself. Rather, let me talk about the fund that we have. So of course, we have the fund that is registered in US, but then at the moment, we have another segment, which is Co-Innovate Ventures. That accelerator is registered in India. We operate heavily in Middle East, India, African region, and in Europe. In last couple of years, 2019, World Leaders Summit started just before the COVID hit. And during the COVID, we felt that we should continue the journey to open the network with lot many other people so that all of them can join. So in a very humble note, we crossed a number of countries like 101. That's a big number of countries that we have crossed, connecting with people, connecting the dot. And we have been blessed by a lot of great people who have been supporting us, guiding us, and being a part of it. So this is the 5th edition of the Mega Summit of World Leader Summit. This year, again, we are doing it both online and physical. And I will probably open the floor to the first keynote speaker of the session, who is a very good, near and dear friend of mine. But then he holds a chairperson position in World Leader Summit, taking care of the legacy as a very big legacy. He is a chancellor of one of the finest universities in India. Not only that, he is founder of Noida Film City, Personally, I have visited his campus and the entire city like anything. So with due note, uh, hope you understand that strength of World Leader Summit is not about only the summit, rather bringing the ecosystem, creating the ecosystem together so that all of you can handshake with each other, collaborate, grow, and probably do good things in the world. With this note, I will give the mic to my very dear friend, today's keynote speaker, Sandeep Marwaji. Dr. Marwa, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Arjit Bhattacharya. What a pleasure to be here this evening with all of you on this beautiful, well-designed program of a World Summit. Let me take this wonderful opportunity to extend my heartiest congratulations to Arjit and the complete team for organizing this program, and also my special thanks to you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this program. Well, let me start with two of my very favorite lines. कि सभी दिशाओं से शुभ सुंदर भाव विचार भरे नित अंतर पुण्य धरा बन जाए स्वर्ग ये मेरे यत्नों से करुणा कर. What I'm trying to tell you here, whether it is north, south, east, or west, whether you're in India or abroad, whether you are on the top of the hill or you're standing at a seashore, whether you are in a lush green garden and looking at some colorful flowers, or maybe looking at the most beautiful woman on earth, the fact is, there are two things which are much more beautiful than what you can see with your naked eyes. And these two things are your thinking and your feelings. And the best part is that both the things are right within you. You don't even need eyes for that. On this very auspicious day, let's pray. Hey, Lord, give me good thinking, give me good feelings so that I can do good deeds. And through my good karmas, I would love to convert this earth into heaven. This is what I believe. I'm sure you will also believe in the same. Well, wonderful day. It's a Diwali day. Let me also wish each and everyone present here a very, very happy and prosperous Diwali. May this Diwali brings a lot of health, wealth, and prosperity. Well, I'm recollecting two also very important lines कि काम शुरू करते नहीं भय से नीचे लोग मध्यम तजते बीच में देख विषम संयोग पर उत्तम वे लोग जो हर दुर्गम पथ झेल दृढ़ता से बढ़ते कदम बाधाओं को ठेल. Now, before I give you the meaning of these three lines, let me admit I belong to film, television, media, art, and culture fraternity. And this is one business where we have never ever bothered to divide the society on the basis of caste, creed, religion, region, status, color, rich, poor. Never. We have always believed in one dharma, one religion, and that is called growth with entertainment. And this is what we believe. But still, I've gone out of way to divide the society on the basis of these three principles. Kaam shuru karte nahi, bhai se niche log. Who are the people who belong to downtrodden community of this country, of this world? People who have 100 excuses for one little job. Tell them one thing and they will be absolutely ready with 100 excuses of not to do the job. मध्यम तजते बीच में देख विषम संयोग. Who are the people who belong to B class, the middle class, people who, with little enthusiasm, with little motivation, may try to get into something new, innovative, different, but minute they see bit of the hindrance, they try to run away from the battlefield. I have also categorized them as B people. पर उत्तम वे लोग जो हर दुर्गम पथ झेल. Who are the people who belong to A class, top class, people who have zest, enthusiasm, excitement to do something new, who are innovative, who want to do something different, people who want to do the maybe same thing differently, who are patriotic, nationalist, people who are supporting, compassionate, sympathetic, people who want to serve the community, people who want to serve the nation, people who want to help people. I have category the hardworking people, honest to their profession. I have categorized all these kind of people, the people of the first class, because they are the people who ultimately turns out to be the achievers in the world. What a lovely day, not one, but a huge number of achievers from all over the world. Arijit, you have done a commendable job by gathering, collecting, bringing the top-notch people, the achievers from all over the world under one single roof of this World Summit. I must congratulate you once again for bringing so many achievers together at the same time. Well, my dear friends, go back to the discovery and inventions, and the one of the most, which is the best and the biggest of this century, is internet itself. And the whole world has become one global village. Internet has brought so many closeness to the whole world. But obviously, there are advantages and disadvantages of every discovery and invention. There are always two sides of the coin. But what I'm trying to tell here, that the world has become one global village. But do you know that the word which you are repeating from last 10 or 15 years is being actually initiated, or I must say, it has emerged from the Sanskrit shloka of Vasudev Kutumbakam, which is almost 10,000-year-old scriptures written in India by our ancestors. Yes, we have always believed in that the world is one family. We all are the descendants of the same family which has been running this whole world. So if the minute you start thinking on these terms, trust me, you start feeling close to each other. You start feeling loving each other. You start feeling helping each other. And you have no hesitation in sharing your knowledge, your resources, your time, and your bank with your people all over the world. This is what I have always believed in. We've been very lucky because when I got into business, I have been brought up into my family with all these kind of culture, and we have always believed that a culture of any country, of any family, of any community, of any nation is only to bring people together. That's one of the common things which I've found all over the world. I'm luckily well traveled, and I have seen that if there is anything which is common in the whole world, that is the emotions. And emotions have never changed. Language have changed, political environments have changed, probably thinkings have changed, the standards have changed, but emotions have always remained same all over the world. Uh, yes, when I got into business full time, I made it a point that I must get into art and culture because I had a very great purpose of bringing the world together. And that is the reason that I quoted 33 years back, I quoted one statement that love, peace, and unity through art and culture. I realized that it is only art and culture which can bring the whole world together because there are so many differences, right from thinking to political environment of the country, and from religion to status. This is the only way to bring the whole country together, and that is art and culture. Yes, I started a Noida Film City, which is luckily now the fastest growing film city in the world, with almost 100 acres, 75 acres outdoor, 25 acres indoor, 16 studios. And out of 16 studios, 350 channels are being broadcast to 162 countries, 24/7. But then the best part is that 33 years back, we gave another very interesting term to the world, which is called film and culture tourism. Then that time, nobody could understand what exactly I'm saying. But today I'm happy that every country is talking about film and culture tourism. And to honor our word, I can only say that 90 million people have already been to Noida Film City from 156 countries of the world. And I'm lucky that I have a studio of my own in the same complex. And Marva Studios has been involved with almost 4,500 television programs for more than 50 different channels. We are associated with approximately 125 feature films, 5,000 training films. My production company has made something like 3,600 short films. And we've been able to rope in almost 3 million people from 156 countries of the world through this cinema, art, culture, fashion, design, creativity. Let me put that way. And yes, and that gives me immense pleasure, satisfaction that this is what I thought 33 years back, to bring the whole world together, to bring the people together. And trust me, when we are involved in all this making of films, television, media, art, or culture programs, we forget who we are. We forget our religions. We forget our caste and creeds. We forget which states we belong to. We have only one motive, one inclination, one goal, and that is that our forthcoming program of art and culture should be the best, and it must leave a very powerful and a beautiful message of coming together. Any country, any state, any religion, any region. Yes, this I have experienced this for 33 years. Yes, after exactly 31 years back, I got into education, and I made it a point that I must have education which is absolutely connected to films, television, media, or all the creative arts, and that's what we have done it. We have lucky that so far we have trained 30,000 students from 145 countries of the world. And trust me, they have learned in India, and no doubt they have become ambassadors of India, but then they are actually become ambassadors of world peace, unity, love, affection, emotions. This is exactly what we've been trying to. We may be in different kind of businesses, we may be in different kind of creative arts, but the sole purpose at the end of the day is only to bring love, peace, and unity through art and culture. I've realized, the whole world has realized, if there is a peace, there is a prosperity. The two P's, they go parallel lines to each other. If there is a peace, there is a prosperity. That's what we have always believed in, and we are trying to propagate that. I'm happy that my friends who are today here in this World Summit, they will keep these things in mind, and they'll help us in promoting these words, these quotes, so that we all can bring a lot of love, peace, and unity together in the world. We have tried our level best by bringing down a large number of people from different parts of the world for art and culture itself. Only 11 years back, we created another organization which is called International Chamber of Media and Entertainment Industry. Probably this is the first ever dedicated chamber which is only concerned about media and entertainment, art and culture. The sole purpose behind this whole chamber is also the same, that we want to bring in people who are in the business of creativity, people who are in the business of films, television, media, art and culture, people who are in the business of interior designing, fashion designing, and so on. They all should work together and create something different, new, and for the rest of the world. I'm happy we have created 196 committees under this chamber, and all these committees are now working actively, beautifully, in the most organized manner, and to such an extent, after seeing our work of last so many years. Like, for example, we have already completed 7,500 events of different genre. The best part is that 77 governments of the world, they have nominated us as the culture ambassador. And trust me, I feel so happy, not because I have become ambassador of that country, but for trusting me for what I am doing. That's what matters. That whatever that means, whatever we are talking, whatever we are doing, and whatever we are trying to bring in, that means every nation, every government, everyone in the world, they want peace, they want love, they want attention, they want appreciation, and this is what ICMAI is trying to do. We the chapter is open to the whole world. The chapter is open to all of you who are also part and parcel of this World Summit. Rather, I will request Arijit Bhattacharya to also put in a word after the end of this summit for all of you to be a part of ICMAI, where we can work together. And we have opened a headquarters at New Delhi. And trust me, people have quoting us as mini United Nation. And this is something which is unique, which is very very attractive for us, which is very encouraging for us, I must say. This has given us a lot of enthusiasm to continue what we are doing right now. And I once again take this wonderful opportunity to extend my heartiest thanks to Arijit and the complete team of World Summit for giving me this opportunity to initiate the whole project of this evening on the most auspicious day of Deepavali. Before I close, I would like to recite two more lines. के विभासित कर गगन भूतल तिमिर को ज्योति देता चल निराशा के अंधेरे को मिटा दे ले प्रभंजन बल कहीं पूनम अमावस्या कहीं उलझन कहीं फिसलन कहीं कांटे कहीं पहरा कटिल बंधन यहाँ प्रतिकूल है सब कुछ कहीं मरुस्थल कहीं बादल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल. Let me just explain you in English in few words that the life is full of hindrances. Anything which you're trying to get into, probably you'll find large number of obstacles in that road. But the only thing what you need is a very strong determination. And if your intentions are good, if your purpose is good, if your destiny, you know that the destination is good, you're bound to be achiever. You're bound to be successful. And take that spirit. And today, let's decide together that we all will work together for the world peace, world love, and we'll see to it that world should be called once again a Vasudev Kutumbakam. World is one family. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much. That was full of energy. Thank you so much. You know what? I'll tell you one basic, very, very small input. Probably I'm a very small dot in this vast universe, but I'm blessed by friendship, friends like Mr. Dr. Marwa, friends like Juj, Julia, Akshay, of course, David. All of you are my friends. George, I can go on with names. And how we became friends. It's not about only the summit. I met probably each and every one of you in person. And we all felt the need of coming together. We were all coming from various different backgrounds. But would you believe when I go to Delhi, if Dr. Marwa is free and I'm pinging him saying that I'm here, he just said, come over, let's have a discussion. And that's how things are happening. And I'm blessed that I'm a part of his chamber. It's a beautiful chamber. Probably at the end of the summit, after the 5th day, we'll declare and maybe we can go for a nomination form. Any one of you who would love to join, feel free. Feel free to submit that form and then maybe be a part of a bigger cause. And maybe...
And there is no charge. There is no charge. Membership is free to the members of World Summit.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to the next speaker. Before we do that, I would love to say a very sad incident that happened. I just got to know that one of our speaker, he's a very near and dear person. I know him. He's from Assam. He's a doctorate. He's a professor. He's no more. Dr. Pranjal, he left us. He left the mortal world, but then he will be always there with us with a very deep heart and sadness. I'll ask everybody to have at least 30 seconds gap so that we can remember. And please pray for his soul. Okay, so we are back again with sadness. Let's go to the happiness. We have our next speaker, Julia. Julia right now is in Dubai, if I'm not wrong. Can you please turn on your mic? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Super. Okay, so I will not take a lot of our time. Rather, I'll give the mic to our next speaker. Julia, over to you. Please enlighten us with your knowledge. And I'm getting the question from social media. I'll pick it up maybe after one or two speakers session is over. Please. Yeah. Over to you, Julia.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ajit, for organization of such wonderful event. Yeah. And if to continue about the last speaker, Mr. Sandeep, he say very, very nice word about that we can do and develop many things if we are together, and if we have common goals, if we are in peace with us and in peace with everybody else. That's why for sure such type of events, it is, from my side of view, it is very important for this let's say connection of the people to be near, from different country, and from let's say from different cultures and different areas or topics, let's say. Today I will discuss about the such topic. It is the area where we develop one of our project. It is related to the blockchain in the international trade transactions, not only trade but investment as well. And it is the topic which I discussed last few years, let's say, to make people more confident, clear, and in the same time, let's say, easygoing with this aspect. Because when we speak about the international trade, everybody, especially when we speak about the big transaction, everybody is very, let's say, secure, or how blockchain will solve the questions and how exactly, it will go this switch, this movement, into the system. Because international trade transaction, the bank transactions generally are pretty well organized till now. Probably it is not the best way how it can be, because when we do our research related to this topic, we understand that it is a lot of gaps, a lot of problems in the middle of the transaction, which are considering to dominate and to create a lot of troubles. It is a lot of different fake transaction, fake offers. Many of the people suffer of some, let's say, they don't receive their money. The transactions are not transparent. Sometimes it is going very slow, much slower than it need to be. And here, generally, the blockchain, it is one of the systems which create a total, let's say, a full possibilities to integrate all the parts related to the international trade to be unique in the same place, and to be clarified, and create a transparent process inside of each transaction. This is the main issue, and it is one of the most important thing if to be open. Because in this process we discuss a lot of bankers, because they are one of the key person. Not only government but bankers as well. There are key person who can, let's say, and in the end of the day, who need to give us support, that we can optimize not only like informational part of the transaction, but as well to optimize the full part of the transaction related to the transfers, international transfers, and so on. That's why it is good to be that people understand more and much more and better about this topic, because here it is the point that they understand very well what it gives to all system and to each, let's say, company or person who use this system. It is about which give blockchain here to the transaction. It is about, first of all, it is about transparency. It is about the fastest, it is, and it is secure, totally secure. These few options, it is the basic which doesn't exist at now. That's why it creates a lot of difficulties in the process. Nobody knows how it's happening. Nobody see all the type of transaction, and when you don't see all this line, you don't understand at which stage exactly it is, or it can appear some problems. That's why it is one of the part which cover the blockchain system. In the same time, it is a totally secure system, which is guaranteed by the financial institution. In the same time, because this transparency it is given to them as well, and which give a possibility to control the transaction, and in the same time to interact directly with all these let it say all these structures. Even those I think that the market it is ready for this step, let it say, for a long time ago. But I was as well in Silicon Valley for different projects which I see in the, let it say, in the international trade, but very specific. If to say, for example, it was about the projects about logistics. It was about the projects very small, which try to accumulate and which try to solve a question, very very low question from the international trade, or related to some payments, or related to some logistics part, or some economic parts from the transaction. But the main which we find and which we understand and declare, it is that the main issue it is that it doesn't exist one common system which will do all stage of the transaction in the same place. When, for example, when you can cover and when you can see in the same place all the stages of the transaction on which it is. That's why it is some of the system, like, let it say, it is similar to, let it be such an example. It is the same system like you ask for a taxi, like Uber or other applications. The same easy process can be and have to be in the international transaction. It is our main goal, and it is our work for what, let's say, what we are moving to do. That's why here I start my discussion discussing from the scratch, or from the topic, from the start. But in the same time, I want just to tell, that all this period of time of research, I'm more than 15 years in the international trade transaction, like legal, let it say, chief of the legal department, or chief of the legal aspects in the each type of the transaction. I manage many transactions of the big companies with implication of the government companies. And the point it is that I have huge enough, let it say, part for analysis, to understand that the same wrong situation are in all part of the transaction, even small or big one. The issues, the problems which appears, and all these, let it say, questions which appear in the process of the international transaction are the same, on the same level, on the same or on different levels, on different stages, but they are the same. That's why we let's say we now we invest a lot of our time to promote and to get people understand better about the topic and how it can really improve all the parts in this system, not only like companies, but as well it is bankers, it is governments, who supporting all the international trade. There are many organizations in the middle, like international chambers and so on, who are implied in all that, which will give a really good solution for all of them. That's why I will want to summarize a little bit about which we speak. The main, the main message of my speech and of my topic, it is that to be open to new technologies, and to new, involvements of different new systems like blockchain, for example. Another direction, it can be another one, but to be open and just to promote and move, because only in development we tend to obtain much more results and to solve more, more problems. In this case, it is about as well saving money for all the parts, which is as well a lot of it is important, because this money can be going on another goals, which have governments and not only. That's why it is about that. Generally, it is about that, about openness to development and new technologies which can improve our lives. Thanks a lot, everybody, for hearing, and a special Arjit for organization. It is very important.
Thank you so much, Julia. We have got one question coming from social media. I'll pick probably only one because of the time. So the question is, if we are using blockchain and that is fully secure, you feel that we can escape or bypass any kind of cybercrime? If yes, what is your opinion regarding decentralization fraud that is happening?
Look, one of the important, topic which I don't develop now, it is, it happens a lot of frauds in this direction, and especially a lot of cyber frauds, which are a lot of professionals, in this area, persons. We collaborate as well in this direction with few international organization about the cyber crimes, to unify the system, that everybody has access. And our system as well tend to solve the point related to the due diligence aspect. I mean that when you come into the system, you understand with whom you will interact. This is the most important, and all the documents are the same. It can be in the system only if the documents are totally genuine, and through this system, the part of cybersecurity, it is department. The department and separate topic of the project, because yes, it is, first of all, it is big data, and secondly, it is a type which can carry a lot about the systems which we create on the umbrella of the governments, because they will care about that. It will not be a company who will care about that. It is important, because we discuss. I also was at the World Trade organization. Yes, some events, and we discuss about those aspects. Yeah, and we see that each government need to integrate the system by themselves, and as well to care about cybersecurity of this. Yeah. It is many points related to the special servers which can be organized for this and so on. But this is more technical question, if to say. But in the same time, I can say 100% that yes, blockchain system in this area will minimize the frauds in this area, and as well the cyber crimes as well.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. So I'll probably hop into the next speaker. Thank you so much, Julia, for coming. I know that you
Thanks.
have a tight schedule. I know your schedule now. Yeah. So please
Thanks a lot.
with us and listen to others. And if you have any questions, feel free to put that in the chat box. Meanwhile, we are live, so we are getting a lot of different ping and feed as well as in our Twitter. Kind request to all the audience. Well, we are live in Facebook and in YouTube. Please ask your questions over there. Put that in the maybe the message box or in the comment box. Twitter is more of like for our tweeting. If you're asking questions there, it will be very difficult for us to pull that up for the speakers. Thank you so much. So let me now welcome my next speaker. Well, I should call him as friend, of course, Juj. Juj and me, we had amazing time in Seoul, Korea. We had a common drive, we had common food. So this is not the platform for discussing all this. I know that, but then I can't stop myself. Well, over to you, my friend. So Mike is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Arijit, it was truly a pleasure having an early morning breakfast here in Seoul, Korea a few months ago. And thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor and privilege for me to sort of share some of my ideas, my humble ideas. Allow me to, I have about 20 minutes now, right?
Yeah.
That was my understanding. I'll keep it as compact as possible. Just to give you a quick introduction of myself, my name is Juch. I am Korean American. I'm currently living in Korea. I I put on many different hats here in Seoul, but one thing maybe generally I tell people that I'm part of the American Chamber of Commerce serving as ambassador. What that means is we represent all the major United States corporations here in Korea, also help them get properly connected in Korea. We help them with marketing and networking and government representation and things like that. Now, today's, I want to share with you some experience that I had with startups, but I think what I'm about to share is not just relevant to startups, but all the businesses as a whole, from startups to SMEs to major corporations. Allow me to share my presentation. There you go. Can you guys see? Great. All right. This is sort of the pitch that I give to all these startups. This kind of began when I was working at WeWork Labs in particular. WeWork Labs was a program that really helps startups within the WeWork Labs shared office ecosystem. Now, I've come across hundreds, if not thousands, of these startups. Some of them went on to become great, very successful, but most of them failed. And I kind of did my own analysis. I put together other people's analysis and their experience. And I actually asked hundreds of WeWork Labs members, startups in Korea, most of them in their early stage of startups. And I asked them, what do you think is necessary for you to succeed as a startup? I'm not going to go through all of them asking you, but I'll just give you the answer as to what the majority of them actually responded. They're all strapped for cash. They needed money. So they said, oh, if we have money, our ideas will flourish, will be great. And the second most, number two on the list was, oh, if we have a good marketing skill, we have everything set, we have funding, we have good people. They're struggling with marketing. And then followed by business model. And then they said they're lacking, What they really need was networking to be successful. Also, as in most startups, they're really struggling with good developers to develop their program. But in reality, I actually reached out to this gentleman named Bill Gross. He did a TED Talk about 10 years ago, and he has a company called Idea Lab. He and his team, they invested in hundreds of companies. Most of them you guys have heard of. All the failed ones you may not have heard of. He came up with 5 very simple but essential elements that lead to success. These are obvious ones. Good ideas, having a good team, obviously having a good business model, funding, and timing. This is actually the PowerPoint he used at the TED Talk. He gave me permission to use it today. But of these 5 essential elements, which one would you think is most important that would help you lead to success? Most people actually said ideas first, right? A great idea and everything else will naturally follow. Or having a wonderful people, good team to carry on this idea. They're obviously important. Business model is just as important as an idea. Of course, all these ideas and models, team building would mean nothing if you have no funding. So would money necessarily lead you to success? Even with all these previous 3 elements. Or maybe timing could also be a factor. Now, Idea Lab, for example, as I mentioned, they invested in hundreds of companies. You probably have not heard of most of these companies. There were initially great ideas, right? But the vast majority of them actually did not succeed. They did their own internal analysis of all the companies that have succeeded and all the ones that have failed. And they realized, surprisingly, that timing was the most essential element in helping a startup become successful, followed by team and execution. And the idea itself was surprisingly very, very low on this particular scale, as well as the business model. And most surprisingly, funding. You can have the greatest funding in the world, but without the proper timing element and team execution, you're pretty much not going anywhere. As an example, I'll give you an idea. I'm just going to give you like top 5 most successful investment that Idea Lab invested in. Airbnb, you've heard of Instagram, obviously, Uber, taking off here in Korea, and YouTube, obviously, and LinkedIn. But these were simple ideas that were just as great. If you look at the bottom 5, Webvan, Cosmo, Pets.com, Flues, Friendster, which eventually became, the successful version was, became Facebook. But the timing element of the bottom 5, they just came on too early onto the scene, too early for people to actually accept. But Airbnb, Instagram, Uber, YouTube, I'll give you one example of YouTube. The idea of YouTube, almost exactly the same platform, was called Z.com. They had Hollywood superstars jumping on board in the late 90s. Now, by concept, it was virtually identical to YouTube, streaming all these wonderful sports events, Hollywood events, movies, and whatnot. But the broadband technology and the codecs issues, it was very much lacking. And people were not used to this mass media concept online during the 90s. And YouTube came along after the codec was, the problem was actually fixed. And when the cyberspace became more prevalent, YouTube came in at the perfect time, and they basically just reached the stratosphere. So the similar ideas with LinkedIn, that people just were not ready for other professional like Friendster and other social media professional networking sites. But LinkedIn came at a time when people are becoming more hungry and people are becoming more widespread online. So the timing element with all these successful ones, Uber, Instagram, Airbnb, YouTube, LinkedIn, they're not unique ideas, but they came at the right time when the society and the world was actually ready. So when you're creating a startup, when you're doing any kind of business, from SMEs, even when large corporations invest in these startups, you really have to look at very critically, is this the right time for my product or for my service? So I take a keen look at every time I advise somebody on any kind of product that they want to showcase to the world. Do you really believe this is the right time? And if so, why? And how do you know if it's the right time? There's no exact science to this, but one way that I found from my experience and from all the successful startups that I've seen around me is that the way for you to really gauge whether now is the right time is you have to meet people. You have to network. You have to engage with people in your industry, right? Arijit is doing something wonderful because he's really engaging everybody across all industries onto his platform. He goes to the world and he's meeting people, right? He's meeting me, he's meeting all these wonderful people that I see online here. So I'll give you one sad example. There's an MIT type of university in Korea called KAIST. It's the Korean MIT. And there's one professor, he said, I came up with this best crypto security software that he's been developing for the past 5 years. This was about 5 years ago. So about 10 years ago, he developed this wonderful idea. And he asked me, could you help me get funding for this? This is such a novel, innovative idea. So I brought him in. I brought in some of the top innovators, top investors in that industry. And as he was presenting his idea, the investors were experts in this field. They started writing down 5 or 6 different companies that have produced this idea many years ago. And they asked the professor, how did you not know that what you're presenting has already been existing? There are existing companies that actually are successful with your idea. And this guy was totally shocked. His face turned red. And how is this possible? He was just about to go and get patent for this. He never went out to meet people. He never talked to people in his industry. He was just a lab rat. He was stuck in the basement, just developing his own thing and not being aware of what's going on in his industry, in his community. So a painful lesson that he learned. He wasted 5 years developing this idea. So we comforted him and we advised him, look, whatever you're developing next, you need to meet people, talk to people, join a community, and engage with people, not just in your country, but nowadays we have all the social media sites to really engage with people globally. And really, even if your idea may not be unique, you can actually accelerate the next best thing as to what you're developing. So I encourage all startups. I encourage everyone really, whatever you're developing, any product or service, you really have to engage with people and really find out what people are actually working on. And most people are willing to share what they're working on. Maybe you guys can collaborate together, become partners, right? So to find out whether a timing is right, you can only gauge this if you really meet people, network with people in your industry. Now, timing of your idea, also, I personally think timing to meet your investor, meeting the right investor is equally critical, right? So what do investors, generally VCs for startups, what do they look for? How do they decide? And the reasons why they reject your idea. Now, considering this time, I realize I can't really go into the Korean culture part, but I'll try to rush through this. So why investors say no, right? We'll start from there. Oh, sorry. Generally, investors will reject your idea, well, most of the startup's idea, but 90% of the time. The reason for that is not because your ideas are bad, not because you have bad people, but because usually startups don't have experience speaking with investors, and they make some of these rookie mistakes. Now, first of all, when you seek an investor, you have to target the right investor. Research who you want to meet and find out who the right investors are for your product or for your service. What that means is not every investor is agnostic. Most investors are focused on particular areas of their interest, and find out exactly what these investors have invested in the past, and talk to people in the industry and find out what their reputation is like. So does this investor invest in your industry, in your region, and at what stage of growth? So find out as much as possible, do your homework about who you want to meet, and you have to be laser focused on particular investors, and you have to gauge whether they would be interested in investing in you, because you don't want to waste both of your time, right? Also, speaking of timing your pitch is actually very critical. This sounds very simple and almost nonsensical, but it's actually true. If you go to an investor during bad economic times, during a recession, yeah, they're going to be holding on to their wallets. It's going to be tough. So just kind of, you have to hold off a little bit if the economy is really, really bad in your industry. Also, this is weird, but many investors actually told me this. They have their personal lives, right? And they go on summer vacations or winter holiday or whatever. If you can find out exactly when they're most flexible, when they're not so busy, it's also, there's like this emotional element to these investors. See if you can sort of avoid kind of interceding their personal time, because you want them to be as receptive to you as possible when they're mentally, emotionally ready. Also, what's interesting is character and personality, as to how important this really is. Now, they're going to do a lot of due diligence in a startup, right? I know I do all the time. And how do I do that? I would go around asking all the colleagues and all the friends. I'll look at their personal, like, social media posts and see if they're not like weird or they're questionable in any way. Also, I don't know if this rings true in India or in other countries, but especially in Korea, asking an investor to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, before you share your idea, it's kind of a taboo. If your idea is so great, and if nobody can really copy your idea, why are you asking me to sign an NDA? That's sort of the response. So you have to be very cautious about asking somebody to sign an NDA. But I say this with some level of caution, but you have to be somewhat cautious about asking for an NDA. Unless you absolutely have to sign it, I would actually approach this like several days or weeks in advance and approach it very gingerly. And in the interest of time, I'll share this slide with all of you. I'm just going to move on quickly. Investors usually want their money to go to a startup that they see a potential for quick growth, right? Investors always talk about 10x, 10x, kind of they're always talking about 10x. How can I quickly make 10x, 10 times their investment as quickly as possible? So scalability and growth is something they're very keen on. They're laser focused on. And the way I kind of approach this, generally speaking, I would ask a startup, you put yourself in my shoes. Like, would you invest $1 million into your, of course you're going to say yes, but if you actually ask them to genuinely really think about, if you really had $1 million, would you actually invest all of that into your company? Serious startups will have a moment of pause and really consider, how can I best make use of this investment very seriously? I also tell startups to think of an investor-startup relationship sort of as a marriage, if you will. Both sides, they need to be the right fit, right? And you can't just be asking for their money, but the investors should also have the ability to really help your company grow and really help your company every step of the way. Right? So we talk about momentum, we talk about helping them really carry your company. Most investors actually, they don't just invest money and they just forget about you. They're going to actually want you to be successful, and they're going to always want to offer their services if you guys are the right fit. So finding the right investor who can really help grow your company is critical. Yeah, I'm going to pass on this. Investors also make mistakes. They're only human. So don't feel so bad if you get rejected. You just have to take rejection as part of your journey and reaching out to investors. Right? So I'm just going to get to the meat of what VCs actually look for, and this is from having spoken to dozens and dozens of investors across all levels. They really want a clear and solid executive summary. What kind of problem are you trying to solve? And how high is the demand as to the problem you're trying to solve? How will you solve it, right? So you have to be very simple, very clear. If you look at the pitch deck of Facebook, Airbnb, and all these revolutionary sites, they're actually super simple. There are no fancy images. There's nothing fancy about it. It's just their text. They just tell you what the problem is and how you're going to solve it and how big the market size is. which goes back to the size of the market and what kind of competition do you have. Some of these revolutionary startups, there really is no competition because the idea is so new. The problem is age old, but the solution is so new that they were able to get funding very easily. So you have to ask yourself, how innovative is my idea, and how unique is my idea? It's something that should always be in the back of your mind. And why do you need funding? Sometimes you can bootstrap and kind of sort of work your way towards success, but if you're going to ask for funding, you have to be super detailed as to how you're going to be using the funds and how the money will be sort of allocated to your team and abroad. And how will your people execute this plan? You got to be super detailed. So you have to always look at it and put on this investor cap every time you approach an investor. My favorite part of the slide is marketing strategy. As a startup, most startups actually don't focus on marketing because they're so focused on creating their product or service and really developing their idea. They really forget about promotion and marketing and how you're going to disseminate this idea and promote this idea to the world. So marketing really, really is important. And you have to talk to a lot of people in this industry who is a seasoned expert in marketing and how they have succeeded as a startup and what their marketing strategy was. Right. And speaking of marketing, actually, if you're in education, on average, you should spend at least 18%, into marketing. If you're into customer service, the numbers will speak for itself. This is like a global average. So, I guess if you just look at top 5, right? Education, transportation, consumer service, like F&B and tech, if you will, you spend a good deal of your funding into marketing and promotion. So these are some just simple examples of how these companies, even now, how much they actually spend in marketing. So even big corporations, they spend a great deal. If you look at 17% of Microsoft and the revenue is in the billions, you can only imagine how much, like hundreds of millions of dollars they spend just in marketing and sales. Intel this much, Apple, Google, Oracle, they spend a great deal of money in marketing. Salesforce is surprisingly high. So some of these companies, they spend an enormous amount just to stay afloat because they understand that this amount of money in marketing promotion is required for them to be successful. Perhaps the most important, as I somewhat close now, you really need to have your finances down. At the CEO level, you're busy, creating funds and getting fundraising, but you really need a good CFO, somebody who's really good at accounting and dealing with finances, especially financial projections, right? When I say projections, VCs actually look for microscopic detailed financial projection year after year after year. Give me a 5-year plan and how you're going to execute this at the detailed financial level. Give me a spreadsheet talking about the market size, talking about competition, how many people are going to be doing what exactly, and down to the T. They want a spreadsheet that details. It doesn't. I mean, you probably are not going to follow exactly to the letter of the law and the detail, all the microscopic numbers, but they want to see a grand vision starting now, year 1, year 2, all the way to year 5. And that's just the starting point, right? And all the cost, all the revenue, and how much you expected to make profit, every single, operational finances, you need to have the numbers down. So as a CEO, as a CFO, and COO as well, if you don't know your finances, your credibility will be shot. I've seen this over and over again. And this probably should ring true, not just for startups, but for every company across every level. You need to have a clear financial projection. So I'm not an expert in Excel or financial projection, but if I'm going to do a business, I'd better hire somebody who can do it, right? So this is something that I tell every startup, every business, make sure you know your projections, and know your finances down to the T. So I don't know how many people here are wanting to become a startup or start a business. But I certainly wish you the best. And if you need any help from Korea, if you want to enter the Korean market, I would basically say just DM me. As part of the American Chamber of Commerce, as Aditya could probably tell you, we have about 800 different companies, US companies, Korean companies, and multinationals that are within our ecosystem. And we are the biggest chamber in Korea. Yeah, actually, AmCham, American Chamber of Commerce here, is a great place to start if you really want to enter the Korean market, because we have the best law firms, the best consulting firms, all these great HR firms, all these IT companies within our system. So somebody just said this recently to me, recipe for success. I'm just speaking generally now. You need to have a clear vision, crystal clear vision, and craft it down to a T. And find the best people in the world to execute that vision and make them excited about executing that vision. So having a clear vision, having the best people, and giving them the right resources to do their job well every single day. And basically, as a good leader basically gets out of the way, right? Let people do their job, enjoy what they do. And as a supervisor, as a leader, always think in terms of, is this the right time? Am I giving them the right resources? And do they have all that they need to really execute this vision? So a lot of these moving parts, the leader should really have a clear vision and finding the right people and giving them the right resources. I genuinely believe this is the recipe for success. I think I kind of went over time, but yeah, that's if you want to learn more about Korean culture and how to enter this market, maybe I'll do a different session on a different day. But yeah, that's all I have for today. Thank you so much.
Brilliant presentation. We have been actually blasted by around 12 different questions from social media.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
For the time's sake, I will request you to, if you can stay back with us.
Sure.
In one of the speakers, probably I will ask these questions. Brilliant presentation from core of my heart. Everything concised. Of course, even like I have been running the VC fund, I've been running the accelerator across the world. This is the common question people usually ask: why you are saying no to us and why you said no yes to them. So like it's a process. Like it depends where you are applying. But as an ecosystem, I can tell all the audience, if we say no to you, what we do, we have multiple examples of that. If there is someone who is into that kind of investment, we usually connect both of them. We don't mind. For an example, if it is an impact fund, we try to connect the impact fund VC with the startup if we are not investing over there. I can go on, but then for the time's sake, I will request our next speaker, and I'll request Jude to please stay back. Brilliant presentation. I'll request our next speaker, David, and after that, Islam. David, I can see that you are here. So over to you. Please introduce yourself, and the mic is yours. For all the audience, please don't take me otherwise. I'm not in my energy like before because I've got a very bad cough and cold. So, but then energy is there in the room itself. So, David, over to you.
Hello, everybody. It's a world audience, so I won't say good morning, but it's a delight to have you all here, and thank you for taking the time out. I am from a startup. Thank you, Juch, for all your insight. Certainly, I'm going to make the argument now, not for my startup per se and pitch it, but I am going to make an argument about timing and why I think certain things are inevitable. So I'm going to try and share my screen here and talk a little bit about the future. So I am of the belief that an augmented reality future is inevitable. And we sometimes refer to that as the immersive or the spatial web, where we start seeing augmented reality content layered onto the physical world. And I believe that's inevitable for a number of reasons. And I'm going to kind of take you through that over the next 10 or 15 minutes, if that's okay. So we are going to glimpse into that future, but I don't think that we need a crystal ball for that. Instead, we need to think about some truths and some trends and how they portray a future that is, in my words, inevitable. And I'm going to think about some truths and trends in 3 different areas specifically. I'm going to think about human traits. I'm going to think about technology, and I'm going to think about money, in this case through the medium of advertising and how that leads to a future. This chap, obviously very successful entrepreneur, started famously in a garage, built his first desk out of a door, and he has said lots of famous things over the years. But one of the things that I think really holds true is that you can build a business strategy based on the things not that are going to change, but are the things that are stable over time. Because those things aren't going to change. It's the interpretation that is important, and how we think about the technology changes in the context of the stability of human nature and other things that are going to remain the same. And so I'm going to start with human traits. Humans are inherently social animals. We like being together. Many people climb on planes for conferences. This one happens to be online, but we are leveraging technology to get together in a social way and share our ideas and have a broad conversation and discussion about the things that are interesting and important to us as individuals. And I'm very grateful to Arijit for introducing me to this community and for welcoming me into this summit to be able to speak. And it was through a social interaction that we met. We happened to both get on a plane and meet in Dubai. And it's from that we build these connections globally. And because of that, we also like the real world. So I'm going to talk about an augmented reality, a digital future in which the real world plays an important part. And we like the real world because it's a nice place to be, as well as being social. And we have within it our favorite places. And those are often emotional places to us and mean something because of the things that happened there. But we also have places that we like to visit. And being human, we kind of have to be somewhere, even if we're somewhere else. And so this is an example of what's a virtual metaverse, a virtual reality example from Meta. But even when we're in that virtual place, we still have to be in a physical, real place in order to do that. And that will continue to be true even in the future. And this is probably one of the most famous visions of the future from Ernst Klein in a story called Ready Player One, where everybody lives in a virtual reality environment, but they have to still be in a physical place in order to get a good meal. And so the physical world is incredibly important to us, even when the virtual world might get more and more important. And so I would ask you, what is a kind of more likely scenario in the future? Are we going to become inhabitants of a solely virtual world where we spend most of our physical time by ourselves interacting in this way? Or are we going to continue to be social people in social environments, in physical locations, where we see digital content layered onto the virtual world, onto the physical world? I will argue strongly for the second. And I think most people would enjoy an environment where they are in the physical world more than they will a virtual environment. And so those are human traits which I think will continue to be true, and therefore the technology that enables that vision of the future becomes more important than the ones that enable a virtual future. Let's look at technology as the next set of trends and truths. Over time, tech has enabled human progress. That is undeniable. The printing press meant that we no longer had to write things out in order to be able to see copies of it, and the printing press was invented. The loom enabled the Industrial Revolution, certainly in the Western world, and enabled the large-scale production of produce. The car revolutionized mobility. The famous phrase being that when consumers were asked what they wanted, they said a faster horse, but actually the car was a better invention and enabled human progress. Email overtook letters. Mobile phones enabled communication that meant that because you could walk about and again be in the physical world. And social media leverages this other trend, which is that we are social beings, we are interested in each other, but now we can do that in a technology-enabled way. But it might surprise all of you to realize that it was as long ago as 2007 that we really had the change that revolutionized the world into the one that we know today. And that was really the iPhone, the invention of the smartphone. So we're already thinking about, best part of 20 years ago that this was the case. So the problem, however, is that new interfaces are needed. The issue that we have is that the smartphone with a small 2D flat screen causes us significant amounts of problems. We're very focused on this tiny little screen, and lots of issues happen because of it. Hopefully we can skip on to the next slide here. Because those screens have other limitations too. It is not very human to type. We can only type 40 words a minute, and half the time the QWERTY keyboard was invented in the layout that it was, not for speed of input, but actually to slow down input. It was slowed down because of the way that the typewriter worked, such that the mechanics involved could mean that the technology of the time would only enable a certain amount of bandwidth throughput, and 40 words a minute was about where we got to. Reading, equally, we can do about 220 words a minute, and that doesn't sound like a small number until you compare it to the way that we actually interact as humans. And we interact as humans by speaking, and we can speak 3 times faster than we can type, and we can listen 2 times faster than we can read. And so what did we do? We invented things like Alexa, whereby we can speak to a computer and we can listen to a computer in terms of our input and output, and we've doubled the bandwidth involved. And so how does that pertain to other visions of the future? Well, most sci-fi examples have had some sort of visual enhancement, some for good, some for bad, but actually this is not science fiction. We've been improving our sight for more than 600 years. The things that I'm wearing on my face now, the killer app is to be able to see better. And lots of people have been doing this and improving their vision for many years. Indeed, 65% of people in developed countries wear glasses. That continues to rise to 65% if you include sunglasses. The killer app being that we can see better because it's bright outside, and certainly Yulia, who's in Dubai, will understand that it's very bright there a lot of the time. And so the vast majority are already wearing hardware, in inverted commas, on their faces. So smart glasses, in my opinion, are inevitable. And actually, the latest results out from Ray-Ban is that the generation of smart glasses, the Ray-Ban Metas, are actually a colossally profitable and highly sought out device. They outsell many other examples of glasses and sunglasses within the stores that Ray-Ban have. The other thing to note, of course, here is that billions of dollars have already been invested. I think some nearly $70 billion by Meta alone have been invested in this digital future through a set of wearable technologies. But the original use cases are starting to be driven by artificial intelligence. And so this isn't necessarily
what I'm saying, just
about
transcribed for you in real time, kind of like subtitles for the world. What we're working on is technology that enables us to break down language barriers, taking years of research in Google Translate and bringing that to glasses. You see me?
So I'm going to pause that there a minute and show another one, and then I'll talk about it.
Tell me when you see something that makes sound.
I see a speaker, which makes sound.
What is that part of the speaker called?
That is the tweeter. It produces high-frequency sounds.
Give me a creative alliteration about these.
Creative crayons color cheerfully. They certainly craft colorful creations.
One more.
What does that part of the code do?
This code defines encryption and decryption functions. It seems to use AESCBC encryption to encode and decode data based on a key and an initialization vector, IV.
Okay, so I'll pause those there. Those go on for a little while, and they've got some other amazing examples in there. And what we're really seeing is two elements of artificial intelligence coming together. We're seeing computer vision, as in an interpretation of what a computer sees through the lens of a camera. And we're also seeing real-time translation of audio instructions in one form or another. And so these have now been combined, and those are ultimately human superpowers. We're tech enabling our human future. They're making us smarter. They're making us more productive, which is a global problem. And they're making us able to do things faster and more efficiently than we wouldn't otherwise have been able to do. And the most recent announcements from Mark Zuckerberg at Meta were these glasses here. These are called Orion. And in this instance, they are much smarter than the Meta Ray-Bans that I showed earlier. And in this instance, not only do they have the AI built into them for audio input and output, but now you can also see a visual future overlaid onto the physical world in augmented reality. And he's not alone. Snap have also, Evan Spiegel has just released Spectacles 5. And these things haven't popped out of, the labs in a surprise. These have been invested in, as I've already said before, about over many decades. Or about a decade and many billions of dollars. So these haven't popped into existence. These are absolutely the development of large companies and small, such as Brilliant Labs, who are now producing artificial intelligent frames for as little as $349. A lot of background work has come. And when we start talking about timing, now is the time. And that's because augmented reality is going to change the future forever. I mentioned previously that it's some time since the mobile phone, the genuine smartphone of Apple iPhone came along. And these are generational paradigm shifts in digital computing. First we had the PC and then the internet and then mobile, and now we're moving into this augmented reality future. I'm going to speed up a little bit, but we need a way of monetizing these solutions. Ads have been on buildings forever. They have evolved over time into much more three-dimensional, interesting formats. And when we see attention shifting from one medium into another, so we see ad dollars moving to those same mediums. And so when we started watching television less and started streaming more, the ad dollars followed. As we start overlaying digital content, not into 2D smartphone screens, but onto the physical world, we will see the money moving in that direction too. And the outdoor industry is already worth 38 billion globally. Of which I might add 5.2 billion is already in augmented reality, but that's dwarfed by the mobile applications advertisements that we see today, which is over 300 billion. And so based on our own analysis of the trends and the split in proportion of what's being spent where, we expect the AR advertisement market to be roughly $90 billion by 2030. But the two big problems, and I'll rattle through these really quickly. The first is that much of the advertising that we see in this format and in this augmented reality today is actually illegal. Permission is required in almost every jurisdiction on earth, and permission must be sought from the property owner. But right now, that's really hard to do. And even the big players, the Snaps and the Metas and the Googles of the world, already outline the fact that their platforms are there for you to use, but it's up to you as the creator to go away and seek these permissions in exactly the same way it would be if you were trying to put a music song over the top of a piece of content. The second problem is that ads are unsuitable for AR today. So today we see very boring, interruptive, often ugly, two-dimensional advertisements in our mobile phones, and anybody that's paid for an app recently is pretty much by themselves. Most apps are paid for by media advertising. So as we then move to put three-dimensional adverts and interactive adverts onto the real world, we need different and new ad formats associated with that. And those ad formats, I might add, are much more interesting, much more effective, and there's plenty of research to back that up that I can follow up if anybody's interested with. And AR is already huge. People think, well, it's just Pokemon Go and it was a flash in the pan 10 years ago. Not true. 6 billion snaps are done every day, include AR. 800 million people are using AR monthly on Meta's platform, and 25% of all videos have an effect of some sort on TikTok. And these cities are already becoming the playground for digital content. This is an example of what's called faux out of home, so CGI in Dubai. I'm going to flick through the next one and just show a very quick video of new types of content. These are Snap Spectacles. This is content being produced. That's a game. You can take a virtual pet for a walk. Not a new idea, but now being delivered in augmented reality. And of course, these experiences need monetizing. This is Snap Spectacles. It's a game called Peridot by Niantic. This is also another use case. This is outdoor entertainment example. Google actually produced this. This is a band called Gorillaz. They played a virtual gig fully in augmented reality layered onto the physical world. This is this is not Times Square. It was done in Times Square. It was also done in London in Piccadilly Circus, and this is the Piccadilly Circus one. And so all of these types of examples that we see today are really important bits of content. Content drives adoption. So we have the underpinning software. It's been there for years. We now have the amazing hardware, which has come to market. We have amazing content, but the ads perhaps need a better solution. And that needs to be done through both subscription and revenue share models. And that is what Darabase provides. It's a platform that connects real world property owners with digital publishers so that their locations can be used for augmented reality advertising inventory. And that is then shared with audiences and advertisers so that they can reach each other. And so if I just kind of summarize quickly, we can look through the truths and trends across these three paradigms to predict the future. And I would argue that we are nearly there, or have we arrived? Perhaps all we need is a permission-based ecosystem to connect that physical inventory to those advertisers and to those audiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the lovely presentation, David. We have got a couple of questions. I have tried to pull that interesting ones in the chat.
Sure.
So we'll go for a Q&A round because we have Juch and you, both of you are here, and the question directly goes to you. I'll first go with Juch. A question came from Christina Lee. Why VC? Why not HNI? What's your take to Juch, sir? So I think the question is probably why people should go to VC, why not a high net worth individual?
Right. I think the question should not be why should I go with A or B, like VC or high net worth, basically individual with a lot of money, right? I think the question should be who is the best person, either VC or HNI, that can really help my business grow? Do they really have a deep understanding in my industry? Does he really get the vision that I'm trying to sell? Let's say I'm going to invest in David's Darabase. I don't know if he's looking for funding, but let's just say he is. If I'm just because I'm a high net worth individual, and just because I have all the money in the world to splash around, if I can't help his business grow and really scale up, not beyond his borders, my high net worth really means nothing. Same goes for VC. So as I mentioned, it's really about a marriage, because when somebody has equity and has a big stake in my company, this is really for the long run. And you really have to choose your investor, be it an HNI or a VC, very carefully. So I think sometimes startups really make a big mistake just because they can get easy funding through government or VC or HNI. If they cannot help you grow, you're going to be left with the grunt of the work. All you have is money, but you can't grow your business. What good are you, right? So there really needs to be that synergistical element when you're looking for the right investor. I mean, just to follow up on the second question, if you have a unique business model, is it important to sign an NDA, right? And I think I kind of covered this. If your idea is so unique and so revolutionary, but it's so simple that anybody can copy it, it's just better to get a patent, right? So I tell people, I mean, really just kind of gauge if your idea is so good and so revolutionary, yeah, just get a patent. It's a little expensive, but it's worth it if you genuinely believe that your idea is revolutionary and it can really change the world. But I think every country is different. I can only speak for maybe US and South Korea, where especially in Korea, NDA is really frowned upon. I personally don't think it's a bad idea. If my idea is so unique and I want to protect it, right? But for some reason, the VC culture here and just the investment culture here is they try to shy away from NDAs. But I really think that's really on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, Juge, maybe I could just chip in from the startup perspective on that. All startups are always looking for funding, so it kind of goes without saying that I'm looking for funding. But I think it would also be true to say that I think strategic investment is really important. So yes, taking the right money from the right people, absolutely. There can be lots of reasons for that. Either they give you access to a geography, or they give you access to a particular client, or they give you access to a particular thing that will drive your own growth, be that marketing expertise or some other form of partnership that you might be interested in. So I completely agree with that. I think the other aspect for me on the funding side is on NDAs in particular is ideas are cheap, execution's hard, right? So if almost all startups succeed based on their traction, and they don't fail because of their idea. And most ideas, at least in the early stages, are very copyable. And what is your moat? So in Darabase's example, our moat is our ability to attract property companies globally to register on our platform, and that comes through great partnerships and network and who our strategic investors are. So I don't feel the necessity to sign an NDA with everybody to talk about our ideas and to talk about our company. The point at which I think it does become important is in two areas. One might be when you're deep into due diligence and you want to get into the nuts and bolts of either your technology or your finances or some of those areas that you wouldn't want to be shared, or in a completely different sphere whereby you might have a genuine invention, be that a chemical compound or something similar, and you want to protect that in a more legal way.
Super answer. I have got two quick questions for David, but then I will please request you to stay back with us. We are running a little bit of behind time. It's like 15 minutes. But then I'll request you to please stay back with us after the next speaker. Please feel free to answer those two questions specifically for you, David, coming from, I can see the countries, coming from one Netherlands, and another one is coming from probably India, if I'm not wrong.
I'm struggling to see the questions actually, Arijit. Would you?
No, it's coming from social media. Don't worry. I will pull it up again.
Okay, that would be handy.
The format is we are live in 2 different social media. So people are asking there. So I'm picking up the best questions and asking here. You can see the live feed. It's in YouTube and Facebook both. That's the format of World Leader Summit. We don't encourage audience to come here unnecessarily. It creates trouble for the speakers. Yeah. And another strategy for marketing, definitely, it increases the social media activity. So jokes apart. Okay, so let me welcome our next speaker, Islam. If you are here with us, I can see that you are muted and you are here. So if you can kindly unmute yourself and turn on your video, you are next. And after that, Frank. Islam, yes, please turn on your microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Please introduce yourself. I know that you are coming from a beautiful country called Egypt, the place of pyramids. Yes, please. The mic is yours and the platform is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm a UN ambassador and a permanent intergovernmental observer to the Economic and Social Council, and special envoy to of the UNASDG on concrete ways providing a sustainable money supply. And I'm head of the Arab African Union mission to the United Nations. And I'm president of the Supreme Council of Ambassador of the Arab African Union, Egypt. I hold PhD in International Relations and Diplomacy from University of London, and also hold a DBA in Business Administration and Management from the University of Cambridge. Today we talking. The revolution of small and medium enterprises, exploring the future of finance and technology in the new global economy. Allow me to express my joy in meeting distinguished gathering of innovative minds, each dedicated to exploring the future of the global economy and the vital role that small and medium enterprises play within it. It has become increasingly clear that small and medium enterprises (SMEs) now serve as the wait, okay, I'm the cornerstone of modern economies. This business not only represent the backbone of many economies, but they also embody the spirit of entrepreneurship that drives economic growth and generates employment opportunities. In fact, global statistics indicate that SMEs represent nearly 90% of business worldwide and provide approximately 50% of jobs, highlighting their significant role as both economic and social engines. Firstly, the importance of digital financing and vintage. As we move further into the digital age, financial technology fintech has emerged as a game-changing force. SMEs have traditionally faced significant challenges in accessing traditional financing with banking restrictions, cultural requirements, and the credit requirements acting as major obstacles. However, thanks to fintech innovations, more flexible and accommodating solutions have emerged to meet the needs of SMEs. Crowdfunding, digital loans, financial platforms, and electronic payment systems are all examples of tools that have created new avenues for SMEs to secure funding without the constraints of traditional financing. Not only this, but this business can now access capital across borders at remarkable speed, enhancing their potential for global expansion. On another level, the digital shift has enabled the assessment of credit data for small projects using artificial intelligence to avoid financial risks with greater speed and accuracy, thereby opening new avenues for business that might have previously been deemed unqualified for financing. To technological transformation and business innovation beyond financing. Technology service as a major driver of new business models and operational efficiency. In the wake of the digital revolution, SMEs now have easier and more affordable access to technological tools. Today, they can leverage cloud software, artificial intelligence, and data analytics to boost productivity and achieve greater flexibility, allowing them to adapt to changing customer needs and marketing fluctuations. Okay. Increasingly, this technology is no longer exclusive to large corporations. Even startups and small business can now access advanced technologies that empower them to compete and establish a strong business in the market thanks to the digital transformations. Smaller business can now reach new customers, analyze their behavior, and over personalize products and services, helping to build long-term relationships with their customer base. Third, the digital economy and its challenge. Its challenge. Despite their tremendous opportunities, challenge remain. Entering the realm of digital finance and increasingly relying on technology requires assertive regulator environment and policies that encourage innovation while protecting the rights of business. We must also prioritize uh, cybersecurity and data privacy as SMEs can be particularly vulnerable to threats that target their sensitive financial information. Another significant challenge lies in keeping pace with the rapidly evolving technology. As technology continually advances, it is essential for SME owners to possess update, update skills and technological knowledge, which necessitates continuous training and development as well as collaboration with educational institutions to develop curricula that align with the needs of the digital labor market. Fourthly, uh, collaboration and integration between the public and private sectors, supporting the growth of SMEs, rigorous partnership uh, partners among governments, financial institutions, and the private sector. Governments can play a pivotal role by implementing policies that facilitate digital finance access for their business and by providing a flexible regulatory framework that aligns with the rapid change and in the digital world. In parallel collaboration with financial institutions to develop innovative financing models tailored to SMEs is still essential, actually, providing educational and training platforms can help create a new generation of entrepreneurs equipped with the knowledge and tools necessary to succeed in the digital world. Finally,
Mr.
our
Yazdi,
vision for
just a quick
okay,
just a quick input. If you can kindly wrap up in next 2 minutes, we are running behind the schedule. 15 minutes are over. If you can kindly wrap up in 2 minutes.
okay.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Please.
2 minutes. Okay. FABSD or vision for the future of SMEs in the new global economy. The future of SMEs promise a wealth of potential. We are on the cusp of a comprehensive digital revolution that is transforming our economic sectors, and SMEs are expected to benefit immensely from this advancement thanks to a commerce platform. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that this economic revolution would not be possible without our faith in our capacity to innovate and our trust in the entrepreneurs and SME owners. These business represent an economic force and tool for achieving sustainable development. Let us work together to build a supportive environment, a flexible financial system, and an updated technological framework, framework that enables these campaigns to thrive and grow. Thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful month filled with constructive disconnection that contribute to shaping a bright future for SME in the global.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Finish.
Dr. Islam. It was pleasure hearing your thoughts regarding SME. Not a lot of people are hearing and sharing things about SMEs and MSMEs, but then we are really honored and happy to have you on board with us, coming all the way from a very different part of the world. Well, I have got a few bit of friends, few bit of connections in that part of the country. Maybe we can later on speak through maybe either in LinkedIn or maybe in WhatsApp. So I'll request you to please stay back with us and let me bring the next speaker in the podium. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our amazing another speaker. Of course, I can call him definitely as my friend, Frank. Frank, yeah. How are you doing, Frank? If you kindly self-introduce yourself, and of course, the podium is yours. I'll keep myself in mute. Excuse me about my bad voice today, but I'm sure that with all your good energy, my cough and cold will go away like this. All yours.
Thanks very much, Arijit, for having me here. It's a pleasure speaking on this great event. Greetings from another continent, greetings from Europe. I'm here from Germany, from Berlin. And let me share my screen. Let me put it this way. So, my name is Frank Beckmann. I'm managing director. Why doesn't it work? Now it comes. I'm managing director of GVI Investment Advisory based in Berlin, but I have country partners in the US, in Israel, in India, in Dubai, and in China. So we are a global investment advisory, and we have a clear mission to increase the success rate of startups. As such, I very much like the presentation of Joop, and I fully agree on what he said. Yet, we have another perspective on that one, because we think the VC ecosystem, which we have at the moment, is pretty inefficient. So I like to talk about why I think this is the case and what we can do to improve the venture capital ecosystem, and therefore, in our mission, to increase the success rate of startups. So let me start with a short story. The story of Albert Einstein and the Indian businesswoman. Now, what happened? Albert Einstein, this famous physician, he lived in New York, and he was invited for a huge congress in New Delhi as a keynote speaker. So he boarded the plane, sat down in business class, and was sitting next to an Indian businesswoman. After a while, he approached her and said, well, lady, apologies, but this is a long flight and it's going to get very boring. What about if we are playing a game together? Well, she looked to him very puzzled, said, what kind of game you want to play? Well, he said, let's do the following. I asked you a question. If you can't answer, you give me 50 US dollar. I asked you a question. You asked me a question. If I can't answer, I give you 500 US dollar. So the Indian businesswoman thought, wow, that's cool. If I can't answer, I get 50, but I get back 500. So I can get rich on this flight. Let's do it, she said. Okay, so Albert Einstein started saying, what is the concrete distance from the Earth to the moon? Well, the Indian businesswoman gave it some thoughts and said, well, I don't know. I don't know the exact distance, so she gave him 50 US dollar. So it's your turn, said Einstein. Okay, the Indian businesswoman asked, what is it? It climbs up the mountain on 4 legs, and it's coming down on 3 legs. Now it was Einstein who was really looking puzzled. He tried to recall all his scientific papers he had read, the presentations, all books he had read, but he couldn't figure out. So he had to admit, sorry, lady, I don't know. And he gave her 500 US dollar. And he asked, before I ask you the next question, please tell me, what is it which climbs up the mountain on 4 legs coming down on 3 legs? Well, she said, she shrugged her shoulders and gave him 50 US dollar back. So why I'm telling you this story? I'm telling you this story because Einstein represents for me the traditional mindset, the traditional businesses, the legacy, which is quite successful, but it's a linear thinking. The Indian businesswoman represents for me the disruptive thinking, a new way of thinking, which is non-linear. In order to cope with the challenges we have at the moment in the world, we need additionally these disruptive thinking. And very often we have them, then they found startups with a good idea, hopefully have a good timing, and then supposedly they will enter the VC ecosystem. And then they run into real troubles. So what happens actually? Less than 0.5% of the startups, statistically in average, only get funded. All the others not. So they don't come onto the market. Only 10% of the funded startups in average survive the first 5 years. That means 90% of the startups in a VC portfolio won't make it longer than 5 years. And to quote one of the legends in the VC industry in the US, Vinod Khosla, he realized after working a long time in this area, I think 90% of investors at no value and 70% even at a negative value. Why is that? Let us approach this a bit further and let's look into the limitation of the traditional VC models we have today. The biggest limitation is that VCs focus on short-term gains. So they push for rapid growth in order to achieve a quick exit. So the mission is growth at all costs. But this overlooks that if you build a company, you need a solid foundation. You need time to build that foundation, to create a sustainable business development. Being pushed with short-term gains, especially on the top line, will not help, will be counterproductive for this one. Another thing is that the incentives of the VC with access via an IPO within 5-7 years, sometimes even 3 years, does not align with the true potential of the business to build an impact, to build a true solution for the markets. And what we see is that we see the lack of strategic support. Very often you get financial support, you get cash, which is very important, which is crucial, but you also need strategic guidance. You need mentoring, you need industry connections, especially for scaling. And this is very often missing. So within these limitations, the impact of failure has positives and negative sides. The positive is we all need failures to learn from, and we all maybe remember these kind of fuck-up events where founders stand on the stage in front of a huge crowd, commit their failures, and everybody was cheering. Nice and fine. But the downside is that founders and the employees of startups, once they go bankrupt, they got negative self-confidence in their life. very often, and this is never discussed, the health of founders who put everything in and then suddenly have to declare bankruptcy will deteriorate. And I haven't seen quite some founders who also caused problems in their private life, getting divorced and having separated families. So for founders and employees, this has a lot of implications, especially if we know that 90% of funded startups don't make it over 5 years. It has also economic implications because less innovation penetrates the market. And we need all innovation at the moment to cope with the current challenges. Also, economic wealth is reduced and employment. Now, a startup may say, wow, should I care about employment? Yes, because increasing employment means you have a higher customer base. You may sell more. It's all intertwined. So this is very important. Now let's look into the root causes of failure. There are always a lot of lists, and we have seen with you also an interesting list why startups fail. For me, it's all about the founder team. If you don't have an open mindset, if you are not a learning person, if you don't know how to bring the right expertise in your team, if you don't know how to manage the team, if you don't know how to work with the cash you get and you burn too much cash, you will fail. So from my perspective, most lies in the founder team. That is why also coaching and mentoring is very important. Then second is the missing experience. Of course, if you're a new startup founder, where should you have experience? But then you need advisors helping you experience or making up for the experience and bringing that experience, but also expertise into the company. And you need networking, network for scaling, cross-border especially. And the third are the VCs driving startups to super scale the top line, looking for revenues, but not for the baseline, which caused a lot of problems when we came from an economic boom the past 3 years into an economic recession. And suddenly, startups were negative in the bottom line and needed additional cash. And that was not funded by the startups because the prospects had not been there. So what are possible solutions? One is we always talk at GVI about smart financing, what a startup needs. It's cash, very important, no doubt. But it's also mentoring, coaching of the founders. Even CFOs or CEOs in big companies have coaches. You need expertise and experience from various fields. And you need a global network for scaling. Second is a bespoke accelerator. What is it? It's a new word. Normally, you have an accelerator and you have a cohort coming into that. And then the startups have to adjust to a standard accelerator program. But each startup has a different stage, it's different. So we turn it around. We say we have certain modules. They are not even standardized, but we adjust our accelerator program or modules to the startups, which is a different way. I think it needs to be customized. Flip. And the third is the VCs need to offer also smart financing. That means if they don't have that, to get advisory on board, giving mentoring, coaching, networking, expertise, and experience. But also startups need to look at family offices who very often provide these. We have business angels who very often had founded their own companies successful. And we have also venture debt. Why giving valuable equity away if you can maybe mix it in a good way? Yeah. So these are some solutions we have. What does it mean for the valuations? At the moment, valuations are based on potential. They are based on storytelling, which we see. Sometimes in the US, we see startups, young companies having negative cash flow and EBIT for a long time, but having huge valuations. Some even don't have a product. So it's all about potential and storytelling, but this does not reflect the real true value of the company. And this is important. I think it's important to build a real value that really solves real problems. And if you solve real problems, that means also that you are able to build a customer loyalty. And that is important for sustainable development of a company. So we need transparent valuation practices. Nowadays, you have valuation experts. You send them all the paper, and then they do a valuation, and then you get it back as a VC. And it's a quantitative analysis. It's not a qualitative analysis. It does not reflect the true state of business. And the valuators most often have never spoken to the founders. And if you have a great founder team, even if you have a mediocrity solution, they make it successful. But if you have bad founders and a good solution, it will never become successful. So valuation practices need to be founded on true value and also on qualitative factors. So coming slowly to an end, to wrap it up, we need a new paradigm. We need a new VC ecosystem to increase the success rate of startups beyond short-term gains, which is not only a fault of the VCs, but very often of the LPs behind. We also need to have a long-term perspective. We need to recognize that profound impact it has on the market, on the future of innovation, and also on the societies. So we should not only look for fast money, because it always creates a bubble, and afterwards we have a lot of losers. So the shift will not only benefit startups and not only venture capitalists, but also it contributes to our global economy, to the wealth and to innovation, what we need at the moment. To close with the story, because I have started that. When I was, I think, 16 years old, my grandfather came to me and said, Frank, do you know why humans have 2 ears but only 1 mouth? Well, that was a strange question, I thought. So I gave it thoughts. I was thinking back and forth. I said, no, Grandpa, I don't know actually. Why is it that humans have 2 ears and just 1 mouth? Why is that so? That's very simple. We have to listen twice as much as we talk. I thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, Frank. It was actually insightful, and I can vouch for it. I understand from where you are coming from. In fact, as a profound investor, you call me as a serial entrepreneur, the impact maker, or maybe the community builder. I can completely see and completely echo you. To be very honest, we need a new ecosystem which can probably create more vibration rather than maybe, I would say, removing the startups from the ecosystem if you are funded. So there are, for the audience, I can see a couple of questions are coming up. Before Frank gives the answer, maybe after the next speaker, I'll bring you very small input. Well, from the VC perspective, usually common VC, they feel that if they are investing in 10 different startups, they will get success rate from 2 or 3. And that will be multiplication of 10x or maybe 20x sometimes. And that can optimize the other rest of the startups. So this structure itself, if you're going for a due diligence, have got its own advantage and disadvantage. So I think that we really need an ecosystem where seasoned entrepreneurs, a market connect program with lot many different active involvement with the startups from VC perspective is more needed. At the same time, from the startups perspective, funding is practically a way of scaling up your company, structuring your organization, and then grow. It's not a celebration, to be very honest. If you are funded, then it's not probably the time of celebration. Rather, the time of celebration is when you're making profit after profit and profit. And then you are making an impact in the world. So with this note, I will shift to our next speaker. Well, you know what? I travel a lot. I'm a globetrotter. I'm sure that a lot of you are like me. But whenever I go to Middle East, I usually go to food joints, which is Lebanese, and I really love their food. The reason is they are really delicious. And oh my God, they cook it so well. So probably our next speaker is coming from Lebanon. If you are there, Ms. Reen, if you can kindly turn on your microphone and your video. We are waiting for you. Are you there? We can see you that you are here in the Zoom, but then not sure about your audio and video. If you're there, please come. And meanwhile, if I may understand, if our next speaker, Spyros from Greece, if he is there,
Hello.
Super. Hello, my
Hello.
So he is a person with energy, with great vibration. So I'll not take the mic from you. I know your energy, I know your work and the impact that you're making. He is an amazing guy. So mic is yours. Please introduce yourself and then probably we can go for a Q&A. Frank, please be with us.
Thank you. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. I am Spiros Karagiannis. I am now in Greece, actually. I am Dubai, Bahrain, Greece. I'm everywhere, actually. I don't know where I am. I'm probably in Greece right now, to be honest. First of all, I would like to thank again you, Arijit, for bringing me here for a third year in a row. I know that, sometimes it's difficult for you to manage all these things, but, I hope everyone was as cooperative as I was, because, when you send a message, I am there, I'm not saying anything, and I hope everything will go well in this World Leaders Summit 2024. Thank you again for everything. So before I begin, I want to say that I don't want to talk too much because I know that there are many leaders waiting in the line to speak about their things, about the products, about whatever they have to talk about. And also I want to say that Mr. Beckman said something really important, that startups should focus on things that actually matter. This is really, really important. And products that have true value in mankind. We are filled with worthless things and things that have no meaning in our lives. But you know what? Alas, this is our world. Everybody, we have democracy. We can give everyone whatever they want, and each one of us can choose what they want to buy. So, I'm Spiros Karagiannis. I am a director of sales. In general, I work with companies in Dubai and in Greece, and I actually lead sales teams and drive the revenues across their companies. Okay, so I work in different industries. I work in telemarketing, in real estate. I work with car sales companies, with brokerage companies, and I try to explain them and motivate them when it comes to sales, teach them new tricks and new attitudes, and try to create leaders most of all, and not salesmen, because this is the most important for me. So the bottom line is this: who I am. I focus mostly in behavior. I mean, I know that there are so many sales skills out there. I know there are so many good salesmen out there, good sales coaches out there. But when I train a salesman, for example, now in Greece, I'm not training salespeople, I train leaders, because for me, being a good leader needs to be a good salesman first. You need to know how to sell yourself constantly, okay? I have 25 years of experience, 14 are in sales. I have been in many countries all around the world. I've done network marketing, I've done telemarketing, I've done everything in my life. And that's why I'm so excited, because sales actually is my thing. So the subject of what I'm going to be talking about today is behavioral science inside leadership. And before I start saying something about that, I have created in all this career of mine the Who I Am philosophy. The Who I Am philosophy has to do with training sales and leadership based on everyone's behavior. So what I do is, when I join a company or I mentor people, or I mentor startups, because I'm a mentor actually in a big startup in the UAE, the first thing I see is who they are, what kind of traits they have, their fears, their let's say, their limited beliefs. And the first thing I see is what is the big gap they have in their personality that will probably not help them achieve what they want in the sales company. So this is the who I am philosophy. It has to do with change from day one, okay? Because without change, we would be dinosaurs, you know what I mean? So that's why I wrote this book. It's called Who I Am, the Black Book of Change. It was published like 2 months ago in Dubai, and it contains all my philosophy. If you want to buy it, go to whoiamphilosophy.com and you can take it. So the thing is that my book and what I do has to do with behavior. Okay, so the first thing Frank also said that earlier, that first of all we need to listen. First of all, we need to listen. If we don't listen and we keep talking, we just, rephrasing, and we speak again the same things that we already know. So it's pointless. I mean, you're not growing this way, So the bottom line is that in order to understand and to become a good leader, you need to know and understand what kind of people you have next to you. Okay? So 1 second. 1 second, sorry. I'm sorry about that. So for me, a leader must know how to understand the people around him and then try to figure out what they need, change in their behavior, in who they are, so that they can drive them, to the results. This is really, really important, because I've seen so many managers and leaders out there, and they have no idea what they're doing. They just focus on what they know better, and they're trying to put everyone in this roller coaster, let's say, in this train, and they hope that they will follow the line of his line, let's say, okay? So we need, as leaders, to understand what kind of people we have next to us, because everyone is different. Okay, I will motivate, for example, Mr. Arijit in a different way than I will motivate Frank. I will talk to Frank in a different way that I will talk to Arijit, because this way, if I get attached with who they are, I can manage huge results. Okay, and as a sales manager, as I am dedicated and I am obsessed with the results. And this attitude and this philosophy, the who I am philosophy, saves me time. Okay, it takes time, of course, but I've tried other philosophies as well, sales philosophies, and this works better than anything. But it has to do with behaviors. Let me give you an example. Okay, we enter in a room in a sales office. Okay, you have 2 salesmen. Both are working in the same environment. They have both had the same training. They have the same sales scripts. They sell the same product. They almost wear the same. They have the same dress code. They came at the same time at work. They live at the same time. They have the same. Everything is the same. Everything is the same. Why this guy has better results than him? They have the same training. They said they have the same product. They are the same. The only thing that differs between these two is these two. So this guy probably, who is like selling like crazy and he has crazy results, understood what he needs to do better than this guy. Why? Because this guy probably somewhere along the way, his parents or his family or blah, 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 taught them some things that helped this guy understand what the sales manager was talking about. And this guy, no. So what I do every time, When I join the sales office, I interview each one of them separately and I keep notes. I need to understand who these people are. When I try to train them, either as a team or like individually, I know how to work with this guy and this guy as well. This is what I call behavioral science in leadership, because we need to know with what kind of people are we dealing with every single time. Because for me, the great leader is not the one that just goes straight. You need to be like a lizard. You know what I mean, a lizard? You need to change colors once in a while just to achieve your target, just to help the people that trust you and rely on you to bring the best possible results. This is crazy. One last story that happened like 2 weeks ago. I went to the sales office and I spoke with a manager of the office. Hello, how are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Mr. Spiros, are you going to make some sales trainings? Yes, of course. And when I entered the sales room, the open space, I started speaking about results. And there was one guy that was looking at me like I was some kind of an alien. I didn't speak. It's not my company. I don't give a damn. Okay, it's yours. You have a manager. You have a CEO. You have a leadership in this company. They're going to deal with you. But I was talking. He kept interrupting me, I was talking about the progress of the company, and he was like he was like crying, okay, let's say crying, that he was not given some congratulations about his work. And I said, okay, this is not my business. Okay, you have a manager about this. And he said, yes, but why you came now that we don't have good results and telling us that we don't have good results and you didn't come when we had good results? I was like, what the hell? I don't care about that. So when we finished this meeting, I went back in the manager's office and I told him, this guy, who is this guy? He said, this guy is a good guy. I told him, listen, he might seem like a good guy, but if he had this disrespect to me when I came to help this sales office and he talked to me like that, it means that he will talk the same way to your people when you are talking. So this might not be a rule, but I told him that you need to see that. You are a leader. You are supposed to see these things, these small differences, these small distances between the behavior of a person. Because maybe a person, he's smiling, but he's like, he does this, this thing. If he does this, and you say, okay, it's nothing. No, the great leader needs to understand every change in the behavior of his people. That's why this can save his company. And you know what? This guy, I am sure 100% that he kept influencing the rest of the people. And that is the reason why this company brought me to help them increase their sales revenues. You understand what I'm saying? This is really, really important. And the first thing I did was I saw the people, and all the rest were like respecting some guy new, telling him something new to help the company move forward. And this guy was like, had this attitude. We, the leaders, the managers, we need to see that. And that's why I wrote this book, Who I Am, the Black Book of Change, because we need, as leaders, to understand who we have next to us. And this requires strength, guts, and you know what? You need to fire some people. This is how we do business. This is what I believe. We need to focus on our companies. We need to understand who we have next to us and try to solve it ASAP. Being a leader means you are aiming for the big part of the company, not just two. You will help them. For sure, we will help people, of course, but there must be a line. So I don't want to talk more about these things. Thank you very much for being here this year also. Should I answer this?
Yeah. So we'll go for two questions. I pulled up only two from social media. One is from Frank, one is for you. And after that, we'll hop into the next speaker. She's waiting from Hong Kong. So the first question maybe you can answer, which is directly to you.
Which one?
The question is, what is leadership in your opinion? Marketing and sales are different, but then
Okay.
I'm willing to know your thought. The question is coming from Sutirtha Swami from India.
Okay, first of all, I think that marketing and sales are different. Okay, marketing is a way to show people the product, but sales is someone that takes this vision, this thing, he goes out there face to face, making Frank Beckman, for example, to buy it. Sorry, Frank, you're here in front of me. I like your smile. I like your attitude, and that's why. Okay, don't take it the wrong way. So we have marketing has to do with building an image. Okay, but salesmen need to take this product and go out there in the real world, and sell it. So that's why when they invite me in. So when I do mentoring in startups, they ask me the same question, and I tell them, how much money have you invested in your sales department? You know what? 9 out of 10, zero. They tell me zero, because they believe that marketing will save them. Oh no, don't do the same mistakes like other companies do. No, you need to have someone, you need to invest in your sales. 100%. Take someone, teach him, train him the product, some sales kit, and send him out there and tell him, you know what, bring me some cash flow. This is how it works. So we need to know your thoughts. Peter's cue for your day. Any other questions?
We have, but then I will ask Frank now to answer. We are behind time a little. I will request you to please stay back. We have 2 more questions for you. I think 3. But then Frank, please. A direct question came for you. The statement is, Frank, kudos to you for the new VC ecosystem thought. What is your take on the debt market and impact of debt in a startup? Frank, you're muted.
Right, sorry, I'm still muting. That's a very good question. I like that very much. As we all focus on equity, a startup, and startups always feel great if they have a great name as a VC. But on the other hand, they have given away valuable equity. So debt is really an option. Venture debt is coming at the moment more and more. So there are more offerings, service offerings on venture debt. So far, it's very limited. So I see in each of the big countries 4, 5, 6 institutions or corporations offering venture debt, but that will come more and more, especially if you mix it. So you take a bit venture capital, you mix it with debt, so you don't give so much away. Having a VC on board helps you to get venture debt at good conditions. So that really makes sense. Another issue is also that venture debt may help you for bridge financing when it's hard to get funding between one round and the other. And it helps you to extend the runway, which is also very important because cash sometimes is faster out than we think. And then venture debt maybe, or debt may be an opportunity for that one. Also, depending on what kind of business you is, if you have products and you export them, you may get export guarantees, which gives you a very good loan facility or debt in the country at very good conditions. So explore that and optimize your mix in funding.
Super.
Okay.
Beautiful answer. Please, if you have time, please stay back. We have got a couple of questions for you, probably 5 of them. I'm not sure if we can have the justice. Thank you, audience, for asking all the amazing questions. But then this is the right time. We should hop in from Europe to Asia. And we have got Dr. Yulia with us. Welcome to World Leader Summit. Please introduce yourself, and then we'll hop into Lebanon. I love Lebanese food, so we have a speaker from there. Yes, please, Dr. Yulia.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I hope you could hear me well. I could hear you all very well. Yeah, and I was so far very excited. to join here. So this is my first time at the World Leader Summit. So again, thank you so much for inviting me and being part of this. So far, yeah, I already learned a lot. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. So originally, I'm actually from Germany, I guess, same as Frank. And I spent more than a decade in Asia, mainly in Hong Kong, but also a lot in Indonesia as well, most recently. And originally, or I am a clinical psychologist, but after you work for a while in the field, I kind of you see the problems and I cannot just watch the problems. So I'm always need to disrupt and change. And with time, I kept on changing more and more on any front. Yeah, so it started basically with the client side. So really working on the client side to changing the traditional therapy model, just from simple 50-minute session to work really very intensively with clients, 40 sessions in a month or something like this, to really actually create healing in an integrative way. So this is one of my areas, and building those residential retreats in Asia. And then I thought, okay, I figured this out. So then I went to the therapist side. And then I realized, okay, a lot of therapists have this problem of burnout and or they cannot tap into the right resources. And they got also quite burned by the first generation of matching platforms. And generally it's quite isolating, especially after the pandemic with a lot of online work. And I could just see my colleagues getting more and more tired. So I thought we need to do something on this side. So I started very much looking into more community building, especially people that work online, or they literally moving a lot around, to have their own private practice. So I went into that, and then I thought about okay, and more training and education. And I thought okay, let's combine this. So the most recent thing I'm actually working on is on actually a client therapy matching platform, but more really targeted to Asia. And we know those matching platforms maybe in the US, BetterHelp or Talkspace, and they do have, I mean, they keep on growing, but they also do have their problems. But what we really try to do here in Asia, it's kind of a unique market, because there is at this moment, it's really reducing the stigma of looking for mental health, and people are very happy to actually look for someone online. And at the same time, they're really looking for more cultural attuned matches as well, beyond just either whoever they found online, or they might not want to see the person in the village. Yeah, the next person who is available. So those matching platforms have actually a lot of traction. And then there's also a lot of migration, or moving around in Asia, whether it's jobs wise or and still want to get basically care that fits with you. So anyway, we tapped into that, and just from the client perspective. But then we also really wanted to change something for the therapist, because as I said, a lot of those platforms like BetterHelp, or just naming it because one of the biggest next to Talkspace, they really treat, and I want to go back to Frank, because the problem is they start treating therapists as, I would say, products or commodities, because they have the funding, they that need to raise, they need to get the hours, whatever happens. They just need to go for it. And one of the problems is it's I mean, it is a big problem on both sides. Therapists are really, really unhappy. They're not really loyal to the platform, or quite low quality. And and the clients are also just really unhappy as well, or keep on jumping around, or using this more for crisis. So I think they had a really good model as the first generation of those matching platforms, but it's just I feel it's burning the candle on both sticks. A bit like this old model of okay, just go for it, because I think with mental health, or especially if you have two people on both sides, the supply and demand side, it's really a model that is not very sustainable. It can grow quickly, can make money quickly, but can also crash quickly. So why am I telling you all of this is because what we're trying to do is while also talking about VC funding, or looking into that at this moment, we want to build a co-ownership model. So something you might know from restaurants, they might have maybe 20 co-owners, preference shareholders of the restaurant. And why do we want to do that? Because as I said, one of the problems with therapists is they're just unhappy. And if you have an unhappy product, or like, it's not going to work. So, and if they also not loyal, they don't keep their calendar updated, or they want to be there, or burned out, then again, it's not going to work out. So we really like focusing on like, okay, how to make this sustainable and like deliver like a high quality platform. And one way is like to work with this preference share model of co-ownership, but also like additionally what we want to do, we actually like we giving them like their own health insurance, which is also something like usually if you work as a therapist at those platforms, you have nothing, you just have those consultancy contracts. So like we're really trying almost a bit like this Airbnb model, like to really like add value why they should be with us. Yeah, and work and like bring all their clients and bring additional therapists to like the platform. So this might grow actually a bit slower or in a different way, but I see like the other models ultimately, I think they don't working and get even like be getting this negative connotation of those matching platforms, and I absolutely don't want that. So I hope like in Asia, it's a bit of a different market. I see even more potential in the market than like the US or even Europe due to regulations. And yeah, I'm just very excited to bring like a bit of a different perspective into like the funding direction or still growing something so fragile like mental health sphere. And yeah, I'm very happy to answer any questions about that. Yeah, this is from my
Super.
side.
To be very honest, mental health is, can you hear? Is it audible?
Let me see.
Can you hear?
Now I can hear you. Please.
Super.
Yeah.
Mental health is probably the biggest challenge at the moment in the world. And coming from maybe, I don't know how to call myself, maybe I call myself as a catalyst. I'm a serial entrepreneur, investor. I take classes in the universities as a visiting faculty, sit in a couple of boards of companies, sitting in the government as a advisor. So yes, you are right. This is a big challenge in the world. And for everyone else, we actually have started a camp in Himalayas, taking the leaders, taking the C-level people to give them the right kind of opportunity to connect with the nature and be at peace. So maybe I will share that later on at the end of the summit. But then beautiful presentation. I will ask you to kindly wait. Usually the question comes from the social media, and I can see one question came for you and couple of from Frank. Let us wait. But then, yes, beautiful question. Sorry, beautiful presentation. Okay, so let us welcome our next speaker. I'll ask Julia to please stay back with us. Please don't turn off your video so that I can see you are there. Yes, our next speaker is from Lebanon. If you can kindly unmute yourself and introduce yourself and
Hi.
talk about your presentation. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you first for having me. It's like an honor to be with you all. It's like very interested to listen to other topics and other speakers. My name is Nisreen Boughannam. I'm from Lebanon. And like I noticed that there's lots of topics related to startups, building startups, and like boosting the business. And like I'm here now to talk about how we can boost more our businesses through customer engagement, and like how to build this enhance customer engagement on the top of Microsoft Dynamics 365. This topic and usually transforming towards digital transformation is now booming in the Middle East and covering GCC areas, covering here the Gulf area. So I wanted also to highlight on this topic. I hope you're gonna enjoy my presentation. I'm gonna share it in a few. Okay, I'm not sure if I can share. Okay, so Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's great. So as I've mentioned, my talk for this session is about how we can build customer engagement processes on Dynamics 365. And once we say customer engagement process, it means like how to enhance customer experience through Microsoft Dynamics 365. So what we're gonna talk about is like an intro about Dynamics 365, customer engagement, like what are the key features of Dynamics 365. Currently, what is the current software development life cycle that we are facing in the market, and like how the low-code platforms are penetrating this tech era, and like the revolution that they're gonna do, and they're doing, and the impact they're doing in the tech era, and like how Dynamics 365 enables low-code platforms and low-code developments. And finally, like I'm gonna end a small example as a case study on how we can streamline business operations with Dynamics 365. Before we start, let me first introduce myself. My name is Nisreen Boughannam. I'm from Lebanon. I'm the CEO of Techlarius. It's an education technology company that provides intensive training and courses for computer science students. I'm also a business development manager at Two of Us. It's also one of the startups in Lebanon. I recently finished my internship at Apple in USA. I also have experience and knowledge in product management and software quality assurance. I'm a very active member in the community. I'm a Tech Woman Emerging Leader for 2024. I'm a Woman Tech Maker Ambassador, and I'm also a MongoDB user group leader and MongoDB creator. So let's continue by introducing Dynamics 365. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to talk about low-code platforms. I'm not sure if you know about low-code platforms, but low-code platforms are like platforms that enable users, non-technical users, to create their own applications and software with a minimal manual coding. It's done through providing drag and drop interface, ready workflows or automated workflows, ready components. So anyone who's like into as domain expert and he wants to go and build certain platform, there's no need to go towards the development and like ask developers to build the platform you want. You can only just use any low-code platform that and help you design and deploy your software solution with a minimal manual coding. And this is what Dynamics 365 provides as well. So Dynamics 365 is a low-code platform which enables businesses and streamline customer interaction with customizable applications and automated workflows. And Dynamics 365 provide like this interaction, boosting the customer interaction between your business and customers through different functionalities such as sales, customer service, field service, and marketing. So in case like you have data, you're collecting certain data, Dynamics, by the help of Dynamics 365, you can use this data in order to do personalized targeting for customers. In case like you're running marketing campaigns, Dynamics 365 help you engage more with the customers, focusing on the marketing campaign, providing you forecast on like the sales, how your marketing campaign is going, and like also provide customer service and field services in case like you want to follow up with the users or the customers, in case like you need in case there's any support or help the customer need. It's all is done through Dynamics 365 in a very automated way. Overall, Dynamics 365 and using the this data that is collected, it provides engagement processes and provides insights about like your customer preferences, allowing your business to continuously improve their strategies and personalized customer journey. So mainly this is like an introduction about Dynamics 365 customer engagement. And through some key features about Dynamics 365 customer process, it helps you automate workflow, like in case you want to send notifications, in case like you already did a campaign and you want customers to get to send their feedback. Everything this is done through Dynamics 365 through automated workflows and like through also Dynamics 365 provide a unified customer data platform. So everything is collected like from data, from like feedback, from managing sales, managing campaigns. All it's done in one single platform is under Dynamics 365. It also provides in the integration with different Power platforms such as Power Automate and Power Apps. So in case like you want to create your own application, you can use Power applications so that you can create your own applications with zero or with minimal manual coding, which help domain experts here in this case focus more on the business that they want instead of going back and forth between the developers trying to share their ideas, their requirements, and like getting back and like in case the platform the developers did it might be not matching without going over this dilemma. You can just directly as a domain expert can use Dynamics 365 to build your own platforms and like to engage and like to highlight on focusing on customer engagement. It also provides you to create customizable entities and processes. So whatever entities you have, like targeting your business needs, you can directly build it through Dynamics 365. So here, let's talk more about like the current software development life cycle. You all know that there's the traditional software development life cycle, which requires skilled developers, extensive coding, long development cycles, and which leads to back and forth between the requirements, between the developers not understanding the requirements, the design, how it should be, the functionality, everything. There's this back and forth between the traditional software development life cycle and anyone who wants to build a platform. Like for example, if we're taking a domain expert who is expert in who has experience in like banking and finance, so there's this back and forth. Sometimes developers will not understand the like the functionality, the exact functionality. There's this like repetition of the code that will take place. So all of these are like certain problems that the current software development lifecycle facing. Overall, low-code platforms are now penetrating the tech era by empowering domain experts. Like in case like I'm a domain expert in banking, I'm a domain expert in a certain field, I can now easily build any low-code platform on the top of Dynamics 365, which will enable and help me build solution without the help of developers, and it reduces dependency of technical teams. Plus, it's very fast and like it provides a faster development. It's very like we can directly build it, we can deploy it, and we eliminate in this case the back and forth of the traditional development. Overall, it's a better alignment since we're the domain experts are building such tools. We understand and know the business behind behind the platform that we're building. So it's very easy to us to really understand, align the requirements needed without integrating with third parties such as developers, such as like product managers, anyone who's in the development team. So we can take it on our side, build everything from A to Z using low-code platforms, and which will help us more understand our platform, understand like the requirements that we need. Like as I mentioned, it fasters the development. We can directly, easily drag and drop certain fields functionalities, existing workflows. We can create our own automated workflows and deploy it directly and make a ready platform and can be easily used. All of this, we can use Dynamics 365 to do such process. So here's an example on the traditional software development life cycle. As you can see, like there's the customer request. For example, I'm requesting any platform that I want to build. There's always this project initiation, which starts by gathering the requirement, like gathering requirements, gathering functional requirements, technical specifications. And here's the dilemma starts by like starting understand the requirements, and then we can move after that towards development. So then we have to make sure the functionalities are implemented. We go towards the testing. We have to create test cases. We have like to make sure everything's fine. Here the bug reporting starts as well, like testing the functionalities. In case there's something missing, we go back towards the development process, and like in case there's missing requirements, we have to go to the first step, because the domain experts are not the people who are deploying or developing this platform. It's like third parties or developers who are mainly focusing towards technical, who have technical skills and not domain, or they are not expert in such domain. And this is why the back and forth happens in the traditional software development life cycle. But if you take the low code or no code platforms, like using low-code platforms, developing the platform using or like directly by the help of the domain expert himself, it's very easy to identify the main and the core functionality of the platform that they're building. For example, in this example, we're taking the customer onboarding. Like whenever I want to create a bank account for a new customer, there is a certain strategies or there's a certain process and logic that I need to follow on. So mainly by providing or by working on low-code platforms, we're mainly focusing on the logic behind the business. So for example, if we're onboarding customers, first you have to verify and check whether the documents that are provided by the user is correct. If everything is passed and like everything is already there, we can take it further to the account creation. If it's not, so we have to ask the user to provide additional documents. And this is also happen in this way, in this very smooth business process, which provides you with the step-by-step process targeting your business needs. For example, here, if I create my account, I should ask the user, or like if this account needs any like approval from the manager, so this step will go towards the manager approval. And in case the manager approves my request, then the account will be created. And after that, there is an automated customer notification that will be sent to the customer whenever an account is being created. And this customer notification has its own workflow, which is a group of steps called the business process, like grouped together in a business process, targeting certain workflow. For example, here, whenever there's a creation of a new account, there should be a triggering for this workflow, which help the user, or like which send a user notification mentioning that this account is being created. And after sending the notification, the account is being activated. So you can see here, like instead of focusing on the traditional software development lifecycle from gathering the requirements till the development, then like we have to test, then we have to deploy, we can take it and focus more on the business flow rather than on the software development life cycle, focusing on the and being specified on the business requirements that the domain expert know, and like he's experienced in the things he wants to develop. So how Dynamics 365 enables low-code development? It enables it through different process and different tools, such as Power Automate, which is one of the tools that Dynamics 365 provides, and it automates repetitive tasks, improving efficiency in customer engagement processes. So here you can see like customer notifications and like follow-up, anything that needs repetitive that is repetitive and needs repetitive tasks are considered as repetitive tasks, can be automated through Power Automate. Power Apps for creating customer engagement applications. So in case you are a domain expert and you want to build a platform from scratch without the help of any developer, you can use Power Application for custom engagement applications, which help you build your custom application without any coding. In addition to that, Dynamics 365 provide a customer insight for real-time customer data analysis. And I've mentioned earlier, like the engagement, taking customer data to improve more customer engagement, focusing on customers by like customer segmentation, any marketing campaigns that I'm running. It also Dynamics 365 can control these things and provide this engagement between the business that you have and the customers, in which will end like with building trust, loyal customers, and like this interaction between your business and the customers. Overall, like Dynamics 365 provides and help you building digital services on the top of Dynamics 365 without any coding by creating portals and self-services tools. I've mentioned business processes. What's business processes? As I've mentioned, it's a structured workflow that's designed to achieve specific business outcomes, such as lead management, customer service, or sales follow-ups. So this example, like creating an onboarding, like customer onboarding to create an account, is a business flow where it requires different like steps in order to achieve a business outcome, which is creating a bank account. It's very important to use business processes which help you build and like create a very smooth experience and journey, builds the trust, enhance satisfaction, and fosters loyalty between your customers and the business that you're running. And overall, Dynamics 365 enables streamlined automated processes that support customer engagement across touch points, as I've mentioned, like related to sales, marketing. It's like data management and other services that and like core functionalities that Microsoft Dynamics 365 provides. Here's an example, like in case we're talking about any building.
I'm sorry, Nisreen, but you really need to wrap up in next 1 minute. There are other speakers in the pipeline. Yeah, sorry.
Sure, no worries, sure. So any small examples about like building processes, such as like creating or enhancing the growth of like any insurance company, you have first to identify the customer touch point, and like you have to automate workflows using low-code tools, such as I've mentioned, Power Automate or Power Apps. Such as an example, in case like you're building customer onboarding, first you have as I've mentioned, like there's this process. Instead of doing it manual through manual coding, you can just drag and drop certain actions and activities and put them under business process. What else Dynamics 365 provides is the versioning and improving processes for continuous optimization, which is like in case like you're working on drafts you can put this as like version 1 or draft 1, and then you can later deploy your work. Or else you can do it in case like you want to upgrade your work, you can put version 1.1. So in this case, it helps you also to create your platforms in this versioning way. Overall, once this is done, you can integrate your business process with any external or internal APIs for a better like engagement, and to help more your customers being engaged with your business and with your brand. Mainly, this is it overall. Like in case like you're targeting to grow your business, you can use Dynamics 365, which helps you improve customer experiences. In case like you're targeting to boost your operational and like sales, Dynamics 365 helps you also organize, like provides these tools to boost your growth and sales. That's it from my side. Thank you so much. In case like you want to connect with me, this is my QR code, so feel free to connect through LinkedIn. And in case you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Sure. I will request you to please stay back with us. We'll have the next speakers, then the Q&A because of the timing. Otherwise, I would probably really hopped into the Q&A part now. Thank you so much for the presentation. The format of World Leader Summit is usually you talk about your own solution and then probably the impact that you have in your hand, which you want to do with others, handshake with each others, and probably grow a business. Definitely it is useful. Maybe we can go for a separate session with you, specific to the subject that you're talking. Even that goes to any one of you. So this time, probably I will ask our next speaker coming all the way from Argentina, and eventually we'll go to Debbie. She has been waiting for us, and I know how busy all of you are. Thank you so much for coming. And we can all understand running companies and then giving a dedicated time to spread the good news and the work that we are doing, handshaking, collaborating, and growing our business, how important it is. So with this note, I will not take a lot of your time. I will give the microphone and the mic both to Silvana, coming from Argentina. I love football, please.
Great. Just give me a second, please. I appreciate that I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your invitation. And it's a nice moment and space to share with you some of my experience, my background, and contribute to the audience. As you have said, I'm from Argentina, but a global citizen, as I define myself. I'm a globetrotter like you, with a background of more than 32 years. I'm the founder and CEO of Family Business and Next Gen Global Movement that I'm launching now the different countries chapters. And I love to work with people. I'm originally an agricultural engineer and a coach since the 2000. So a lot of time working with people and working with business. Focus now in family business, but with next gen and women with capital letter, because I work with women and men together to build a better business, a better life, and a better world. The session that I'm going to run today, if you want more about my curriculum, you can go to the LinkedIn that I'm going to share at the end of the session. But I want to focus and to be efficient in the time for everyone. So this topic is invest you first. If you don't, why should someone else do it for you and for your business? Yes, and for your life. And this is the topic of an ebook that I'm launching soonly, because I have rescued some experiences with startups, with next gen, getting involved in these family businesses, and some people that catch me and reach me for investing for funds, and they want to know how to pitch, and well, these sort of details that are around the businesses. And I realized that mostly they were not prepared as entrepreneur, as person, yes? So my session is focused on this. You know that Hamlet says to be or not to be. And here the question is to invest or not to invest. And that's the millionaire question. But when I say invest, I'm not talking about just monetary issue, the monetary aspect, yes? As Frank and as Spiros said, we need to work on ourselves, and this is the focus. And they talk about how to be sustainable also, and how we have different filters, and everyone is, I say, a little piece and a unique piece of the huge jigsaw puzzle that is the life and the world. And just us has this piece, and this is why I say that we are not competitors, we are collaborators. We can contribute to the huge image, the huge picture that is the jigsaw puzzle. And it's a metaphoric. It's a metaphor, yes, but we can understand about it. So I have redesigned my presentation with own pictures and own designs as request. And here is my presentation. I think, and I hope you can enjoy it. So we are not just talking about invest in monetary way. It's a comprehensive sense, in a comprehensive sense. And I'm talking during this session, everything in a comprehensive sense, because I work from a systemic think, yes? So I have created this own acrostic about the sustainability. And I think if the sustainability is a fashion word, is an in fashion word, or we must do a fashion to be sustainable. Yes, I have an e-magazine that I'm launching about this with all the areas about sustainability. And on this, I say that the sustainability, the kickoff is our self-love. If we don't love ourselves, probably we are not going to love anyone else. The nature, the land, and other people, the world, the businesses, whatever we can talk about. And departing of this self-love, we need to see all the aspects that we can read in these sustainability letters. Yes, we are uniques. Spiros said that all the people that you can train can listen the same message, but they take different learnings, they have different behaviors, and this is because we are unique. We are, even when you come from the same family, from the same parents, we have different results, different ways to live, different way to resolve things, and we are human beings, and we have the same problems. But what make us unique is the way we face the life, the way we resolve the things. So about sustainability, we need to be sustainable, yes? Is it a fashion word, or we can build a fashion of being sustainable? How the technology can help us to be sustainable. So I'm talking about this because it's part of the things we need to invest in, yes? Sometimes the technology disconnect of ourselves more than connect with ourselves. What is our attitude about the sustainability? Am I sustainable? Can I be sustainable if the world is a non-sustainable place to live? What is the intention I have to be sustainable? Or is just, am I commit with this? Or is just a word that I say and I claim? Yes? Do I respect the natural order? Or the ego makes me to do something that is against the natural order? And when I say the natural order, it's not just about nature, it's about myself. Sometimes we force things to happen, and this is not the way. And there is a sentence that says, if it doesn't flow, it is not the way. Just leave it. Yes, just try another way. The balance. We need to live in balance. In a balance. We need sustainability is this, is to have the ability to support and sustain a system. And we are part of the system. We are an internal system also. What about the legacy? We need to think on invest on ourselves because of the legacy we are going to leave. This is what is unique for us. We have a purpose. We have a mission here. We came to the life to have a mission. And our business is the way, or is the media, yes, the instrument for accomplish our mission. And this is about impact in others. So everything you can do, please do it, being just good for you, good for others, good for me, and good for everyone. This is an Arab sentence, an Arab state, yes? And I love it. I love to learn languages and culture. It's one of my passion. And this is something that impact on me. Everything you can do must be good for you, good for me, good for everyone. So as we are systems, we need to have a systemic impact in others and in life. And I say that the sustainability starts and ends in ourselves. So what is your action about you? And what are you going to do from yourself first? And this is why I say that we need to invest in ourselves. Invest you first. But it is no from the night, one overnight. It has a process, yes? It takes time, like the bamboo metaphor that you surely know, the story, that it takes more than 7 years to have a little growth, and you need to be patient, is the example of strategies, of resilience, of flexibility, all the things that you need in your life. If you, someone today talk about the failure, it was Frank was talking about the impact of the failures, yes? And we need to be resilient. If you want to be a businesswoman, a businessman, an entrepreneur, and in the life in itself, you need to respect the process, the natural order of the process. Sometimes with our anxiety, we move forward to, or we take decisions that are not the right for, are not the correct for the result we want to achieve. This is some of my onions. So are my pictures growing the onion and taking patience. I'm agricultural engineer, so I know about this also, no? And I encourage the people. I love to work with people in their transformation and in their evolution. So I encourage them to be patient, yes, to enjoy the process more than the result. And I talk about invest you. So one of the crucial question is why, and the other is what for. Why? Because you are the best investment you can do in your life. Furthermore, than business, than whatever. You are the first and the main investment you can do by yourself. And what for? Because you have a mission, you have dreams, you have a purpose, you have a legacy to leave. So it starts in you and it ends in you, but for others. It's not just about you, it's about people, but through your resources, through your career, through your tools, you can contribute to them. Yes? And when we talk about invest, I told you earlier that it's not just about invest money, invest funds. It's about invest time, efforts, passion, patience, resilience, all your skills. When I work with people on their investment or self-investment, I work with them with the future SWOT, because our achievements are in the future. And if you want to achieve something, probably, and I must say, surely, you are going to be another person, another version of yourself when you achieve the result. It demands some changes. Spiros talk about the mindset also, and the changes of the people. So we need to change a lot of mandates, family mandates, a lot of belief, a lot of behaviors we have. Sometimes the key that makes us successful is not the same key that we need to be successful in the future. Yes? For example, 5 years ago, I have been working on myself, I think that since I was born. And since I was very child, from my 5-6 years learning languages and whatever. Since the 90s, I started my journey career, studying in Australia, New Zealand, globally, making my own journey, preparing my trainings when we have not internet, when we have just fax, and it was too expensive, the communications globally, yes? And it took a lot of time. But I know that this brought me till this moment that I'm professional globally, like I redefine myself, because it's important to redesign yourself as much times as you need. Why? Because you need, one of the houses, you need to pivoting globally. It's another concept that I built. You need to read the market, the world, the life globally, but act locally. It doesn't matter where you are based. Yes, now I'm in Argentina today, but tomorrow or the next week I'm going to be in Dubai, or the next year I'm going to settle up in Dubai. So I'm working over the world. So you need to be ready to give responses, reading and pivoting globally, because the market is dynamic, the people is dynamic, the reality is dynamic. We have the example with the COVID time. Yes, we need to redesign ourselves immediately, or we have died. Yes. So another how is to think about your skills, your learnings, to have your dreams. What are the things you need really to improve, to evolve? Because you need to give your best to the market. And even if you don't have a business, you need to do your best for contribute to the world daily. Yes. And I work a lot with the family business, so we need to encourage the next generation to be sustainable in the future, and to have the legacy of their parents, but redesign themselves in their leadership, in the update the vision. So if I need to do a list about how to invest in yourself, I could sum up this with these words. In health. If you don't have health, you can't do anything. And the previous speaker talked about the mental health. This is crucial. Yes, in your knowledge, you need to be updated. Your knowledge can be unupdated if you don't learn endlessly. You need to adapt to the new demands, to the new needs of the market. You need to invest in your networking, global networking, but focus, because there are a lot of distraction also. And you need to be clear where you are going to focus your energy. Sometimes there are fake opportunities, there are scam opportunities. So you need to be too clear of what do you want to achieve and what are the opportunities and the threats also. Another point is, what are you disposed to risk, or what are you disposed to lose? Yes, what are you disposed to have as this detachment? Yes, because sometimes is for gain something, for win something, you need to lose something also. And this is part of our evolution. And then, obviously, if you want to improve in your business, you need sometimes to get funds, to get investors, to have more shareholders or sponsors or partners. But for this, you need to be clear with your message, concrete, focus on your audience, on your market. You need to have activities that give you a break also. It's not just about work. You need a balance in your life, with your family, with your friends, with yourself, the silence moment to redesign yourself, to stop the ball, as we say, and to do a new kickoff if it is necessary. So when you face the investor, and this is the result, yes, imagine that you have achieved your business, your startup, whatever is your entrepreneurship, and you need to pitch someone to get involved, to get on board in your business. They can be your family.
I'm so sorry.
Yes,
I'm the devil in the room. Please wrap up in 1 minute, please. Yeah.
Is the last one. Is the last one. So just two sentences. That is your do's and your don'ts. Yes, the do's is be ready for face the investor, whoever they were, and don'ts, don't make them lose their time and money. Go to the points, because they buy your belief and the future. So be prepared previously for this. And my question is, are you ready to invest in you first and face the challenges ahead? You need to have a mentor, a coach, whatever, and whoever can support you in the journey. But especially enjoy the process to invest in yourself. It takes time, but it's fruitful. Just this, if you want to connect me and know more about this, or to support you on this, you have this all this information and you can contact me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. We'll wait for other Q&A, but then we'll skip because of the time at the moment. We are running behind the schedule. I'm so sorry about this. Audience, please stay back with us. Our speakers are already with us, but then I will go to our next speaker first and then eventually come back to the questions. Debbie, if you're there, if you can kindly turn on your microphone and your video, and the floor is yours. You can introduce yourself and then, yes, 15 minutes, please. Yes.
Great. Hi, can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Excellent. Good. First of all, pleasure to be on such a fantastic stage, global platform again, and it's been fascinating to listen to all the other speakers as well. So my name is Debbie Ecott, for those who do not know me. I am the CEO of ECOP Enterprises, which is a international business consultancy. And I'm also the CEO of Longer Gulf States. So today, I felt that this is a perfect platform to discuss one of the most important topics of today, which is longevity and AI and leadership, and how these all interconnect, and the future and where we are going. So it's first of all, I think I'm just going to start with bringing my own small journey in, because interestingly, every speaker, whatever industry they're from, everybody can agree that today the biggest topic and the biggest focus for everyone in society is mental health, wellness, and well-being. Correct? Yeah. So what we do at Longer Gulf States, I have been privileged to work alongside some of the most leading experts in AI technology and combined in the healthcare sectors as well. Now, we all know that AI is leading the future and is going to lead the future. And in my journey, what really fascinated me, and why I believe personally as well, is going to have massive impact across the globe and be a game changer, because we talk a lot about what we need to do, but we don't talk of how we're going to do that and how we're evolving and how we're changing. So I myself have been, over the years, when I was young, I was brought up in an era where we were just reactive and not proactive. Whereas now we're all talking already about being proactive and how we're going to change into the future. So combining AI into healthcare is a complete game changer for the future. And if we look at longevity, we're not just looking at monitoring ourselves through our devices from how many steps did I do? Or let's remember to go to the gym today. Let's take half an hour out for our well-being. How are we going to focus more onto longevity and extending our lives? And AI has, the developments of AI has given this opportunity to us all. So how does that lead on to businesses as well? We must also look that extending one's lives, we're looking at moving into an era where we see extended lives exceeding over 100, having impact on businesses as well, where the retirement age is longer. We have better economies. And a fact that I'd like to share, just to put everybody's mind into the topic, and this was a fact that was by Scott Ellison from the Sinclair paper, and this was back in 2021, and the economic value of targeting aging. So a slowdown in aging that increases life expectancies by just 1 year is valued at $38 trillion US. By 10 years, that figure will rise to $367 trillion. So as a business leader, as a business owner, as a new rising leader, and moving as the world changes into a better place, think about the impact as well that will have on your own business. So we have a responsibility to ourselves as a society and as business leaders to invest in ourselves and our people, guiding and promoting wellness, longevity, for a better future. So I am so honored to be involved in going into the next future, if you like, with alongside the AI technology, where we can see take control of our own biological age through our wearable devices that are not just monitoring our steps and our heart rate, but are also linked and connected to AI coaching one-to-one that changes a whole perspective into our aging and extending our life by preventing anti-aging related diseases instead of reacting when it's a little bit too late. So I'm interested to, because I know I've put a little bit of a different take on the floor today. So I'm very interested to discuss to continue these discussions with investors and with healthcare experts and anyone that's interested in combining longevity as not just as part of their entire business model as well. Ajit, is there any questions?
Yeah, no, definitely there are questions for other speakers, but then I will request you to please stay back with us. I'll ask questions one by one. You can also join answering them. I think that connects with Julia and you both. I will take it first for the ladies, and then if Frank and my friend from Greece is here, then probably we can go for another question. Then I'll hop into George from Dubai, eventually to Alson from Singapore. Please bear with me. I'm so sorry about the time. We usually try to do in a very, very structured way. Sometimes we get 15 minutes here and there. Yeah, so the question goes with probably both of you, Julia and okay. Someone is asking to meditate. The best thing is going to the nature. She's saying, what's your tech if we are from a city and we want to connect nature? So this is more of like probably going towards Julia and you, Debbie. One by one, you can answer if you want. Julia, first you. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for this question. You know, one thing I completely agree with is like we cannot see just like everything disconnected and just see like mental health is just in your head and you need to talk to someone. And especially when we're talking more about trauma and stressors, we understanding now so much more is like all over, it's in your body. And like when it's in your body, we need grounding. Yeah. And since grounding is not just like being more occupied with your head. So being able to go into nature or ground or even like walk barefoot in the nature or just have something to ground back and be out of the survival response is probably quite a good idea. Yeah, to do this if there's any opportunity. So I think like maybe a lot of people, it might be already like a big step connecting back with nature before maybe like starting like or stepping up into the next level of mental health care.
Super. Thank you. Any tech, Debbie?
Yes, I totally agree with what Julia says. But I also believe that going forward and to really tackle all of these issues, it's not just one part of it's all connected. And yes, well, it's extremely important for your mental health on coaching. It's or taking your time out to take some nature out of the city and so on. But I still I believe that we will see a big new era ahead with AI technology combining not just on one issue of mental health, but also on healthcare. healthcare is key across the board. So in wellness, in mental health, in educating the society and allowing society to also take responsibility and control through the future of AI technology availability, that we can make massive improvements in our own biological aging.
Super answer. Quick question before we hop into the next speaker. I'm sorry to pull up these questions. They have been waiting for us for quite a long time. And thank you, audience, for all the patience. I can see the number of shares. Oh my God, 25 shares, multiple different questions, several texts. Thank you so much. Yasharka is asking, what is the impact of culture in some startups' growth? Frank and Spiros, if you want to take this. Frank, you're there? It was actually meant for any one of you. If you are there, Frank. Yeah.
Can you just repeat shortly?
Sure. The question is, what is the impact of culture in some startup growth? Probably he wanted to ask, I can see the profile is he's a young guy, about, I think, I don't know the age, probably very young. I can see that, maybe a startup. Asking that, what is the impact of culture in some startups growth?
Okay, very good question. It should not be underestimated. Culture is very important because that's what binds the people, what brings the people together. I think it's important to have very diverse teams nowadays in order to cope with all the unpredictability we see in all developments. The more diverse the team, the better we can cope with that. But that means that we need, more importantly, to build a strong culture to get aligned the whole team, also in terms, let's say, of resilience, which is very important for a startup, but also bringing in or keeping the passion for growth and excellence, actually. So building a culture is really very important and should be on one of the priorities from the very early beginning of a startup.
Super. Cool answer, brief and crisp. I hope that, Yasharka, you got your answer. I'll hop into our next speaker, George, if you're there. George is from Portugal, but stays in Dubai. We know each other for quite a long number of years. George, if you're there. I think we lost him in the network. In this case, my friend from Singapore, you're speaking for the first time in World Leader Summit. I can see George is coming. Give me a second. There is a network glitch that he's facing probably. Give me a second. Let me see. I will go with sequence. George, if you're there.
Yes, I am. I apologize. I pressed the wrong button, I guess.
It's okay. It's fine.
It's a pleasure to be here. First, I would like to say a big thanks to Arijit because being part of creating such an event within a short period of time, it's a massive accomplishment, and is required for the success of such a wide audience. My name is George Sebastião. I'm a Portuguese Canadian, a bit like you can say maybe a modern Vasco da Gama. So I've been doing technology for the last 35, 36 years. And during this time, I've seen the entire revolution of technology. So this technology has gone through many waves. Initial waves, you have heard about things like called mainframe computers. Then it was mini computers, then personal desktops, which turn into connectivity together through LANs. Obviously, all this has evolved radically and massively. And more recent, I think there's 3 or 4 technologies that have played a more important role in our success. One is definitely connectivity technology, things like, for example, 5G, which enable an important element of the solutions that I'm talking about today when you create an ecosystem. So 5G is the technology that enables or provides the glue for all the elements that are an essential part of creating data and then monetizing this data in today's environments. Of course, fiber is important, but 5G, you can say, is fiber anywhere. And even if you look at things like Starlink, which is the network being created by Elon Musk today, Starlink is like a 5G network upside down, where you're actually static and the cellular towers are actually moving in front of you. The other important technology I think is very key for this entire success has been cloud computing, which enables us to have on-demand access to computing resources, where they happen to be network, they happen to be compute, or even storage. And more recently, things like blockchain and AI, or artificial intelligence, which was addressed by the previous speaker, have been extremely important. There's always been an extremely challenge with getting technologies to succeed. Not always the best technology or the fastest technology actually succeeds. That really means if you want to have acceptance of a new technology like AI, you need to do massive structuring of building the necessary ecosystem for success. Let's take an example of the adoption of one of the technologies quite recent, known as ChatGPT, which you probably heard about. ChatGPT managed to go from 0 to about 100 million users in less than 2 months. Much faster adoption than any of the technologies that many of you have probably explored over the last 30 years. That really means that AI as a technology has been with us 30, 40 years, but only in the recent 2 years has actually been able to explode. So you need to ask yourself, what has actually enabled this technology to succeed so fast within such a short period of time? So there's some elements that are important to this success. One element is the open source nature of the technology. When you create open source solutions, you automatically create an ecosystem that allows a cooperation, and that cooperation creates a network effect in the success of the solutions that you put together. So OpenAI was such an ecosystem. But is that enough to actually have success? Definitely not. You need many more other elements. So other important elements is what I would call the user experience. So people that focus on technology but do not focus on the user will either have much longer implementations or are doomed to fail. Because at the end of the day, the people that decide with the selection are the end users. The power is actually in their hands. So any solution that you are about to deploy, whether it happens to be AI or blockchain, or even robotics or any other, it is a solution in which, or an ecosystem in which it is not visible, the apparent technology that you're using. So the best AI solution is the one where you don't think it's AI is being used. The best blockchain solution is the one where blockchain it's not apparent to you that is being used. So by focusing on the user experience, you build much more successful ecosystem. And that ecosystem comes from the network effect of the power of what we sometimes call today word of mouth marketing. Word of mouth marketing is much more powerful than any kind of advertising or other structure that you put in place to create that. A few years ago, I've been in the Middle East for a little bit, close to 30 years. We understand that it was very important to actually create a successful ecosystem to enable the new generation of startups. Startups, although in places like India, have been around for quite some time. In the Middle East, it's quite a newer thing. I'd say probably in the last 5 to 10 years, where if we go back longer than that, it was primarily a trade-focused environment. So for us to be able to create such an ecosystem means it's a bit like a house in which you put the plants, so you allow them to, like a tree house, to actually allow the plants to flourish in a successful way without having being attacked from the outside, to be protected, to give them the necessary ingredients for success. So what are some of these ingredients that we consider to be important for the whole new generation of startups. And I'm talking specifically about AI, but we could apply the same for any other technology as well. And we have come up with this interesting formula for success of startups, and we call this MBC. We're in the process of writing a book about this entire topic, and that will come out shortly. But MBC stands for money, brains, and connections. What happens with most technologies and startups in these various new technologies, they may have one or two of these ingredients, but very rarely will the startup actually have the three ingredients amongst all the founders or amongst the entire team members. That really means for you to actually be successful, let me explain each one of these elements in more success. So the first one is what I call money. So you want your technology startup to actually be successful. It's a new AI startup. You need to have the necessary investment that allows enough runway for you to experiment by creating various prototypes of the solution and experimenting them with the end user until you achieve the final product. That really means that MVP is a solution that goes to, you can say, three major states, and I usually call this vapor, liquid, and solid. So vapor is like steam. Liquid is where you condense this steam to actually create something tangible. And solid is like ice. It's rock. It's durable. Means it is allowed to actually scale. So the investment that you put into the startup allows you to go through multiple iterations of this entire condensation process to actually deliver new ideas of the MVP and then scale it up. The second element that is important for the success of this ecosystem is what I call brains. And brains is really about having access to qualified human capital. Depending on which part of the world you are, that human capital may be very expensive or very affordable, or may not even be available at all. One of the reasons why also AI has become very, very popular is because it is an evolution of AI from big data and data science. We do not have enough data scientists to actually do all these implementations. So AI came to complement the lack of availability of enough data scientists. So access to human capital is extremely important. The third one, which is what I call, or I refer to as connections, it's about relationships, it's about business development, it's about sales and marketing. It doesn't matter how good amount of people you have within your solution, how smart they are, does not matter how much money you're given a startup. That startup actually requires to have the proper relationships to actually deploy a solution in a very effective way, and then to actually reach maturity within the market through the necessary sales effect, or what we call sometimes the slingshot or slap shot effect for those that actually play hockey. Now, other elements that are important in this entire process is the relationship between your startup and the ecosystem that you actually create in place. So I have the necessary technology parks in which these ecosystems actually play together is very important. So we've been building AI startups for the last few years, and we find some ingredients to be extremely important to that success. One is to have access to the necessary elements to allow those startups to experiment with the technology. And that really means having things like proper AI data centers. Most of the cloud computing data centers that exist today have not been designed with AI in mind. Why not? Because there's two or three elements that are missing from these data centers. One, for example, is their scalability. Another example is the amount of power that is required, because AI data centers are much more power hungry. And being power hungry, they also generate a lot more heat. So you need to have the necessary cooling, sometimes immersive or water-based cooling, to allow you to deliver that solution in a very effective way. Most people don't understand that when you go to Google and you make a query or you go to ChatGPT or make a request, you might be spending quite a few kettles of hot water to actually process the entire query in a successful way. So this AI data centers allow you to have the necessary compute power, but also have the necessary fast storage power to succeed, and the connectivity that brings all those elements together. Another important element for the success of this ecosystem is what I call continuous education. The education systems that we continue to use today have become extremely outdated. So how do we actually fix that education system? Is by having continuous refresh of skills, so that as the new versions of products and solutions get introduced, the entire team is actually brought up to speed on the usage of these technologies. Of course, this education has different levels of complexity based on the target audiences that you will have. Other important elements that we should also not forget, because they are probably the most ones that move more slowly, and that is things like regulations and licensing. As you know today, if you look at things like digital assets or even AI, the licensing that exists today is not up to date in terms of understanding this technology and regulating it carefully. So why is this so important? It is extremely important because AI can be for good, or can AI be not for so good? So how do you ensure that AI is providing the necessary services while at the same time protecting the users to which those services are being delivered? So you need the necessary frameworks, regulatory frameworks, to enable the correct AIs to actually be developed. So it's like an oversight over that entire infrastructure. But regulation moves extremely slowly for many reasons. One is lawyers are not technologists, so they don't understand the uses or even the implications of that. So let me give you a few examples why this is very important. Even tools like, for example, OpenAI, ChatGPT, have been trained with data for which sometimes they do not necessarily have permission to use this data. That data may be accessible to the public domain, but that data may actually either be protected or confidential in nature. So you need to have the necessary regulatory frameworks that enable the AI to be compliant with, so the AI becomes AI for good and enables us to progress in the right direction and create a valuable ecosystem for the end user, which is the ultimate target of such, not just for pure profit. This is my short discussion that I've had with you. I'm trying to stay within time that Arijit allowed me. It told me 15 minutes plus a few minutes for questions. So maybe now it's about for me to open time for any questions that may have been there about either AI, other technologies, or how to successfully build systems for those technologies.
Okay, well, one quick question. I have got three for you, but I will stick to only one, George. The interesting question, someone is asking all the way from Europe. I can see the country, and she is asking, what is your take on the latest augmented reality glass powered by the artificial intelligence, which is having a massive impact? And it is true. I can say that because I've been working in AI and smart city project recently. We have started, did massive amount of game development. There is a hidden AI which has been there for over 3 decades. And George is right. So George, the question to you is, what will be probably the exact impact on augmented reality glasses powered by AI in the backend?
Well, these augmented reality glasses have a risk of infringing on users' privacy, and many users have not been educated about the necessary risks or impacts. And I think there's a few videos circulating online where a specific user, or YouTubers, as we sometimes call them, goes out to the metro and meets people at random and uses those glasses to identify people at random they have never met before, and then through the information that is being provided by these glasses almost instantaneously, is able to use social engineering methods to engage those people as if they had known them or met them before. So this obviously creates a whole new generation of risks and acceleration of those risks that were not there before. That really means it will expose you to new generation of attacks, and those attacks will have impacts potentially on financial transactions that you may have, as people might be able to impersonate somebody that is confident in your relationship, or otherwise you would have the necessary protection mechanisms. That brings me to a good point, which one of the organizations that I've been helping for the last 4 or 5 years, and I invite you to look at online, it's called xrsi.org. It's based out of California. It's worldwide. I'm one of their ambassadors. XR stands for extended reality, which is a combination of augmented, mixed reality, and virtual reality, just a generic term that embodies all of these together. And your point is correct. It is very important to protect the safety and privacy and all those elements. And as you know, Europe has been very good through their GDPR process to achieve some of that. But the xi.org actually has a framework for immersive environments, including this new generation of glasses. And if you study this paper, which you can download for free, would give you some of the elements that should be addressed and the deployment of these solutions to exactly not cause situations where you may be infringing on the privacy of the users that would be target of such technologies.
Super answer. Thank you. So I'll go to the next speaker now. Thank you, George. Please stay back with us. And
it's a pleasure to be here.
All the knowledge.
Thank you.
All the sharing. Thank you so much. So my friend from Singapore, if you can kindly turn on your microphone, I can see you. Yes.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank
Yes.
you so
So
much.
the stage is yours.
Well?
Please introduce yourself. And of course, we are really, really blessed and happy to have you all the way coming from Singapore. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So hi, everyone. Yeah, let me just, yeah. I'm Elson from Singapore, Social Health Growth. Thank you for having me. So, yep, I hope that everybody can see my screen. Thank you. So, yep, I'm born and bred from Singapore to actually create a social and impact environment to build an ecosystem with the community. So I've been in this area ever since 2007. All right. So it's a long way. All right. So without further ado, allow me to run through the slides. There are quite a couple of slides, but do bear with me. Okay, it wouldn't be that long. Okay, enough for Q&A as well. I'm sure you'll be excited with my presentations. So there's a vision and mission, you know, in Singapore and also in many different countries as well. There's a lot of low-income families, you know, underprivileged children and single parents, elderlies as well. Okay, to create a social impact to the community. Okay, and I believe that this social impact will actually provide ecosystems to the community. And they are all from low-income families, all right. And in Singapore, their household income is only between 300 and 1,008. Okay, so as you know that in Singapore, the cost of living is actually very high. You know, purchasing of their food, necessity, educations, and all those as well. All right, and currently we have about 9,500 of beneficiaries. This is my organization chart, okay, whereby I have been because we have been established for so many years, so we are a well-established, recognized charity that creates social impact in this space. All right, and we also create a social enterprise as well, so that we would be able to provide more impact to our beneficiaries as well, and to add on values for all our stakeholders. So this is a part of the raising ambition for our SDG 5. We are using SDG, all right, United Nations SDG. I guess everybody know about that as well. SDG 5 for to get them a job, financially stable, okay, so that we would be able to drive change within the gender equality, bring in more values. With this is a different pathway followed by different steps. Pathway 1, pathway 2, followed by pathway 3. All right, this is the action steps as well, that what we're going to do, okay, from each and every segment. All right, if you could actually look at it, you know, it's not only SDG 5, but they are interlinked from one SDG to another SDG. All right, from SDG 1, you know, prevent hunger, reduce poverty, SDG 2, and we provide coaching training, giving them well educations for their children so that they can actually work, get a better job, all right, and company actually come in to sponsor us for social creation, social impact, innovative ESG integrations, for the CSR, for companies, for entrepreneur, as well as venture capitalists. All right, later on there will be a slide that I'll show it to you who are our stakeholders as well. Okay, so there's a lot of impact that we are creating to the community so that we will be able to meet a requirement. So the organization has a ambition, has a goal and a vision, goal and objective to meet the SDG goal as well. And the step 6 will be the business processes as well. We are also looking out into the risk and management, human resource, social development, sales and operations. You know, what are things that we need to take care of? SDG 3, the well-being of the beneficiaries, their health, the single parents' health, you know, the children's health, the elderly's health, wherever they are being educated and they have a job. SDG 8, create jobs, quality jobs, so that they will be able to feed their children as well, you know, to create impact, to influence the community, and to create ecosystems. And this is a benchmark of improve gender equality for low-income families, right? To create financial sustainability for our beneficiary, because our organizations, all right, and our social enterprise believe in creating a financial sustainability, all right, for all our beneficiaries. And we have a plan between 3, 6, and 9 months to see how we could actually manage the expectations, all right, from different time frame, all right, when we actually move forward from 3, 6, and 9 months. So this is the SDG, all right, whereby, as you can see, that we actually implement this across the corporates, going into sustainable reporting, ESG, the environmental, as well as the social and the governance, all right, integrating with SDGs, these sustainable development goal, and we integrate the GRI, sustainable financial materiality, as well as the financial materiality of these GRI Netherlands reporting for corporates, all right, whereby when the corporates or the entrepreneur adopt our charities, our social enterprise, create social impact, right, we will be able to provide the reports of a GRI reporting, all right, with IFRS Scope 1, Scope 2, as well as Scope 3, all right, to create that sustainability for their CSR, corporate social responsibilities, as well as for the partnership between the public-private projects, all right. The project could be huge, all right, because it could be agriculture, different kind of projects, all right, create jobs, contribute to the community, so on and so forth. Okay, and there's besides that, not forgetting, okay, we also have the education piece as well, the team coaching, all right, for team facilitations, when we felt that team coaching is a one part whereby we is a kind of a therapy, all right, whereby we could actually help them psychologically, okay, to help them to bring that to the community, all right, psychological safety, all right, team facilitations, guiding them how to become a good facilitator so that they could actually work well, eat well, sleep well, work well, all right, the beneficiary could actually do it even better to contribute more to the community, all right, and then mentoring is one of the very important piece as well, all right, to ensure that they are being mentored, all right, the youth as well, peer, all right, group mentoring, team mentoring, and so on and so forth. There's a team supervisions, all right, whereby how could we actually supervise them? Okay, some of these beneficiaries, they are youth, they are entrepreneur, they are people that are willing to contribute to the community, all right, and one-to-one coaching, people that is able to progress along the way, all right, and our organization has all the certifications, trainer, coaches that will be able to provide the better quality services to all different these across all the different kind of industries, all right, and this is some of the certifications that we hold, that our trainer that will be able to provide all the specialties, expertise, all right, on some of the informations that they actually require from the company, from the corporate perspective. All right, there's a value, and these are our stakeholders, our funders, our donors that actually have been coming across to help us, to support us, and this is also our commitment card as well, whereby we have a SDG ambition progress. All right, what do we want to create to help the corporate to reduce waste management, reduce carbon, so that they will be able to progress for their SDGs, right? And this is some of the galleries or some of the photograph activities, programs that we have been running. All right, the volunteers, all right, and some of the beneficiaries with our youth leadership programs, okay, and our long-term projects that we had to actually, getting them to join us with all the different kind of programs that we have, all right, online or offline or hybrid, all right. Our long-term projects, food rationings as well. We have a social enterprise. We have 2 social enterprise, that we actually created, and this is some of our sponsors, our CSR partners that we actually work together with them. All right, and this is some of the photograph. Some of them even donation in kind, to create a more sustainable, different kind of fashion clothing. They actually donate to us, rice, food rationing, so on and so forth. And we have a Standard Chartered Bank, some of the corporate that actually come and join us as well, to establish a CSR. And we have the Government Investment Corporation, GIC, involved in Singapore, one of the largest sovereign funds as well, that actually is one of our sponsors, for our computer literacies, all right, to actually get involved in our programs, helping our beneficiaries to gain knowledge, skill sets, all right. And this is some of our sponsors and CSR programs for our elderly programs, all right. And last but not least, the outcome, all right. Lastly, we create a social and impact with financial sustainability. Thank you.
Beautiful presentation, to be very precise. I mean, mind-blowing. So precise, so concise, I mean, crisp, to the point. Please be with us for the Q&A. Usually it comes from the social media. People are writing, I can see. Before I take the questions, I will request 2 of our speakers. They are coming all the way from Africa. So we travel, we are traveling from India, we travel to Europe, then we have been to Southeast Asia, then eventually in Argentina, then we hopped into the Middle East, then Asia, and now probably we can have speakers from Africa, coming from Nigeria and Botswana. Okay, so from Nigeria, if you can have the gentleman, if you can kindly turn on your video and audio. if you're there. And of course, Doctor. Yeah. Hi.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good morning. Good
I
afternoon.
have a very soft corner and connection with Africa. Recently, I met the ambassador of one of the West African country, and he invited me in his country to develop the entire smart city project. So, welcome to World Leaders Summit. If you can stabilize your camera, maybe I don't know if it is mobile or if it is your laptop.
The camera is stable. Yeah, that's
Super.
disturb the
So over
nerves.
to you, and after that we will go to the doctor. I can see that he is also here with amazing white dress. Oh my God, you look fabulous. Yes, over to you, my friend. If you can kindly introduce yourself and stick to the timing, like 15 minutes. After you, I will go to doctor. Then I will hop in back to India once again. Well, yes, please. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think the first time I spoke on the World Leaders Summit was sometime in 2021. And since then, I've seen that over the years, Ajit has been doing quite a great work to be able to bring people from all across the globe together to be able to share their profile, to share their impressions or certain things that they have to say about some major tough matters. Is indeed a great job Ajit is doing, all the way from India there. So today we might go a bit we might go into some instances of finance. We'll be discussing finance. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, good. So my name is Oluwatosin Oladiton. I wear different hats. I wear the hat of strategist, risk manager, finance, sustainability expert, and all that. I'm also going to share platform through which I can be contacted. I've known Ajit for quite a while, and I've been able to I've been able to have people represented at places or forums where Ajit is helping funds or SMEs to be able to raise business. Now, over the last couple of years, we've seen that there have been some things that have been of concern to businesses. And what has been the increased business concerns over the last couple of years, over the short term, we've seen that businesses across the globe are trying to connect with each other so as to be able to optimize value chain opportunities and to prevent disruption. So, for example, we see that the Russia and Ukraine war is impacting businesses. We also had some blockage on the Suez canals. Are businesses able to connect across the globe without having any form of disturbance? Another key thing is information exchange across different channels. We've seen that the world of big data, which you might further see downward, is bringing a huge challenge. Information, different large volume of information is flowing all across the globe, in which we are not able to get the optimal use of it. Not just affecting businesses, it's also affecting the finance side of business. Another key thing that we might see is automation is also becoming a new subject matter at almost every strategy retreat or at almost every strategy meeting. We've seen that businesses want to enhance scalability of operation, automation, and they want to be able to ensure that systems are automated, they're able to deliver things on premise, and with less interface of humans. We've seen that the big techs have been able to cut down on so many jobs recently. We've seen Tesla, Apple, Facebook, Meta, Twitter lay off so many people. Also, there have been reformations as regards management theories and practices. The way businesses are being managed over the last couple of years, over the last 100 years, have been changing. So these are some of the things that are a bit of concern that if we want to take key positions as business leaders, we must be able to bring all of that into consideration. We've also been seeing that businesses are looking for opportunities to lower barriers to entries and economies of scale. So unlike when you need to spend a huge cost on advertisement, for you to print billboard banners and the rest of them, we've now seen that digital marketing is to be able to shape in new norms within the environment. We've also seen digital finance transforming modes of transactions. We've also seen that there is opportunity to be able to learn, and also leadership and advancement opportunities across the different walks of life. We also see that when it comes to sustainability, the world is going green. We've seen emergence of electric vehicles, and we've seen emergence of newer initiatives, both green initiatives, to ensure that these initiatives are also sustainable. Now, some key things, some major points is that across partnerships, digitization, finance, and social acceptance, those are very critical things that are driving the performances of businesses. Now, when we look at an organization, one important thing that we should consider is that businesses, especially the finance organization, what exactly when you hear about finance, or what are the things that come to limelight when we're talking about finance? We've seen that finance involves across so many key things. In fact, this way is not able to capture every part of finance that I might so intend to mention, but at least the core part of finance, we could look at the finance operations that focus on payroll management, financial planning, analysis, general management. So things that you might see within the finance operations is more or less like a support department that process your invoice, payment processing, financial reporting, presentation, and carry out things like variance analysis to look at, oh, what was budgeted against what was against the actual. We could also see things like treasury and trade when it comes to finance, in which we'll be talking about liquidity management, credit and trade financing, asset and liability management to ensure that liquidity of funds, loan and foreign trade management, working capital management, funds management, liquidity of the business, capital, short-term capital funding, and rest of them, scalability of the business, integrations across the supply chain. We could also see things like the financial control, in which we see that this is more or less becoming more predominant within the business space. We have things like the finance business partnering, internal control and audit. We also have risk management. So basically, we've seen a high level of collaboration across businesses to be able to drive functional department and deliver strategic objectives across the whole business. Then we could now see some specialized form of finance, or some specialized phase in finance, or we could see things like tax management, investor relation, sustainability reporting. So these are more or less require a special skill. Aside from having a broad knowledge of finance and accounting, practitioners or leaders are also required to be able to have increased skills on these specialized areas for them to be able to function optimally. We could see different tax regimes across different countries, and we could also see investor relations across different countries, and also sustainability reporting, which is now coming to bear. We are now seeing things like IFRS S1, IFRS S2, scope emission, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emission, direct emission, indirect emissions, in which people required to be able to understand. So when we're talking about finance, finance is something that is very critical and considers every part of the organization. Now, what are the major we've seen a major threat, should we say something that has shaping the business landscape, which is more or less generative AI. So let's even look at what exactly how has it been? Artificial intelligence is not new. It started sometime in the 1950s, whereby computer and machines are able to solve problems through humans, through informed decisions. After artificial intelligence, we had the likes of machine learning, which started sometime in the 1980s, which is more or less refining, creating models through which algorithms will be able to predict decisions and through a program structure. After 1980s, there was a bit of long break before we saw another emergence that came sometime in 2010, which looks at deep learning, and advanced form of artificial intelligence. Deep learning majorly works on neural networks to be able to identify patterns from existing problems or from existing situations, and be able to deliver solutions on that. Then in 2020, we were able to see generative AI coming to disrupt or change the business landscape. So now you could do things like, you could hear things like prompt engineering, whereby you are able to just input certain things and is able to generate the solutions for yourself. We call it generative simply because the machine is not able to function as human. We've seen the release of the robot, in which you can now have robots monitor your sleep. You've seen the self-driving cars and the rest of them. And how has this been shaping businesses over the long term? We've seen that robot assistants are now even able to deliver things or support people across, even carry out, aside from the likes, we have customized solutions like Alexia and the rest of them. We see that robot assistants, such as the case we have in self-driving cars, that is having just 9.1 accidents for every 1 million miles that is covered. We've also seen that this has also penetrated into medicine. Medicine, we have robot surgeons and doctors that are able to effectively diagnose and carry out, even up to carrying out surgeries on patients with high success rate, with minimal rate of failure. We've also seen that robots are also coming into law, right? Although in the US, it was recently sanctioned that, a robot cannot preside over a law case because it doesn't have a practicing license and things like that. So is it really a threat or a support to the business? I just want to hear feedback from all of us before we continue to delve further. I love when the class is very interactive. Is generative AI a threat or a support to business? Anyone?
I think this is one of the finest presentation that I have been watching with so much of information. Yes, probably we will wait for Q&A after after the presentation is done, because I can ask a lot of questions, but let the audience ask.
Okay, good. I expect it to be a bit.
I'll wait for your presentation to be done. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So normally is majorly, we can see some might say it is a threat to the business, or we say is more is a support to the business. So, but when we look at the finance structure, that simply means that if those things or these new initiatives are coming in, it simply means that we should be able to see how it's going to impact finance. So, for example, now in finance, when we look at finance organizations, we'll see that they are at the core of finance. There are three things that we should really look at: the delivery, the architecture, and also the implementation. So finance is going through transformation. So if robotics, generative AI is impacting surgery, medicine, impacting law, impacting even self-help, you don't even need a house help, then finance is not going to be out of the place. So some major things that have been coming about, or we've been discussing when it comes to finance across the different, when you have for finance retreats and other things, is finance transformation. So if you want to look at finance transformation on the architecture side, you even have the operational framework, or what exactly is the transformational part. Also, things like process and optimization. These things can take several brainstorming sessions for us to be able to look at that. Also, what is the implementation? When you want to implement these things, we could look at change management, data science and engineering, technology and infrastructure. Those are also things that are very, very critical if you want to ensure that you have implementation, a robust implementation. And after implementation, you want to ensure how are you going to deliver it sustainably. After the implementation, is this something that is able to scale, and is it something that we could deliver over the long term? So for the delivery, you need to be able to manage your stakeholders. You also need to deploy high level of commercial acumen and emotional intelligence. So at the all of this, if a business is transforming, the finance is also very critical for the finance to also undergo transformation. So this is more or less my last slide. I might spend a bit of time on this, but I'm not going to stay too long on it. Now, what is a sustainable finance organization? A sustainable finance organization is an organization that is able to thrive and is able to continually thrive and deliver value to the business. So we've seen that business priorities have changed. Business strategies have changed, despite the fact they might have a particular mission and vision that has not really changed over the long run, but we've seen that the priorities of businesses have changed over the last few years, right? And some key things that are now giving business attention is no longer giving attention to business as it was in those times. So values have reformed. Businesses now have refined values. And as a finance team, you should be able to deliver value to the business. You should be able to support the business through value delivery. You ensure what exactly are the real values of the business, or what values are very, very important to the business at this point in time, and how the business can cooperate. Also, data is very key. We don't know the value of data, or businesses are not even able to optimize the value that is available within the data accessible to them. Data is growing at 10 times the rate at which it was growing as at 2020. We have like about 660 zettabytes of data as at now, which is more or less 660 billion terabytes of data. So if you think that 1 terabyte of data is too large, the lot of data that is available across the globe is like about 660 billion. So finance should also be able to see how they can deliver value from this data, because there's no harm in it when you have a lot of data and you're not able to get the best out of this data. Also, we've seen that the operational model of the finance team is consistently changing. So we've seen where this finance is more or less like a support function to more or less like a business drivers. So finance is now easily integrated with several parts of the business to be able to deliver value across the business. And we've seen that the finance leaders should be able to understand the languages and the increased nuances that are happening within the business framework, so that it's not just about the profit and loss, the balance sheet, the cash flow, or the financial analysis, but how exactly is finance be able to lead business decisions, lead business initiatives, lead strategic initiatives, and to be able to ensure that the business is able not just to survive now, but the business is able to survive over the long period, because businesses landscape is significantly changing and impacted by different drivers. Another key thing is the skills and abilities. We've seen reformed skills and abilities in which everyone needs to sharpen their skills, right? What used to be gone are those days when if you could type on a computer, you are the best at what you're doing. But now we've seen that skills and abilities, you need refined skills and abilities, not just in the finance role, but across the business role. So if you're leading a business, or you are sitting at the edge of a business, and your finance, you need to ensure that your finance team are informed with skills and ability, because something that we should put into consideration is that artificial intelligence, generative AI is changing, reducing the number of jobs that are currently available, or ensuring that new jobs are only available. So if you are seeing that a lot of techs or a lot of companies are laying down jobs or laying away staffs, who exactly is doing those jobs? Robots are coming to do those jobs. So if we have like about 3 billion people on Earth, will robots come and take away the jobs of 3 billion people? It simply means that 3 billion new jobs are going to be created, that people with the right skills and their abilities are able to function within those roles. So some key things that are required for businesses to be able to scale are things like emotional intelligence, operations management, integration, digitization, and automation. And most especially the soft skills, not just technical skills, because the robot and the computers can do it better, even much more accurate than the way we would have done it. But be able to manage people, manage organization, manage systems, manage delivery across the board. So those are certain things that for a sustainable finance organization, it is important that you ensure that for you to be able to add value to the business, you must, or for you to be relevant in the business that is continually shaping, you need to focus on value drivers. You also need to focus on data. You need to focus on operating your revised operating model, and you need to focus on your skills and abilities.
Beautiful. Okay, so to be very honest, the kind of presentation that you've given, probably too concise.
Finance is sustainable over the long run.
Super.
Thank you.
We lost you in between. I'm not sure whose network, but then the kind of presentation that you have created, mind-blowing, to be very honest. I'll go to our friend, Mr. Boo from Singapore. There is a question for him, even though you answered in the chat, but then let me take this question from social media, then come back to our friend from Nigeria. Okay, too many of questions, but then yes. Before I ask you this question, let me give you a little bit of perspective how I started my journey. So I started long back in 98. I was 17 when I started my own entrepreneurial life. I was only a kid, just past 12th exam. In my first year, I started my own company. It was the era in India where internet used to be a luxury. Computer was like kind of luxury in lot many places. And when I started that, the encouragement was not there, to be very honest. If there is a term, that very term exists is businessman. Entrepreneur as a term or startup unheard of in India. While running Virtual Infocom, which is India's one of the first game development company, for 10 years, I felt that if I didn't get any kind of help, can I become a catalyst to help many, many other people? And that's how I started multiple different ventures, collaborating with several different partners from the same similar kind of mindset. I will not continue this conversation, but there is a very important question that came in social media. Somebody is asking from Europe, to be very specific to Mr. Boo. What about creating your own legacy? How do you create such? You want to answer this?
Sure, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. See, the first of all, the thing here is that we have to reckon that it's a journey. All right, it's a journey. When everybody was saying that, doing charity, what is it for? In the very beginning, I was actually doing it very small. All right, established a very small in this 2007, when I was like, if I still recall, I think maybe about 30, I think it's already 30. Yeah, more than that. So it's like through the heart, right? How could you actually, because there's a lot of people out there, low income families, and then some of them are having a lot of troubles, a lot of issues, a lot of problems, all right, that whatever that you can imagine, broken families, drug addicts, ex-offenders, how are you going to bear all this in the community, all right, to actually be more resilient, all right, to ensure that these people could be able to, bring them back to the community. So I'm a very normal person. I'm just a normal person, right? Just like you, anyone else. So it's like the feelings. First of all right, I started small. All right, the feelings for people that you want them to create good things for their families, doing something good for themselves. They are able to get a proper jobs, decent jobs, all right, whereby they could actually feed themselves as well as their families, all right, and they can do even much more than whatever usual educated people doesn't know what they're supposed to do, even though they are educated, right? You're educated doesn't mean that you are well versed in everything. All right. Whereas those people that they are low income, they are less resilient, vulnerable. All right. But those are very, very good at certain skill sets that they have. All right. But people just do not recognize them. All right. People just do not know who are they and how could they actually help them and how could I help them. See, so the thing here is that I started to, take these small little steps journey to step in, creating impact, helping all the people, coaching them, mentoring them, getting them into proper life, all right, save them, not to, go into the robbery, death, drug addicts again, going to sniff drugs and all those, it's horrible, it's terrible. All right. So that's the reason why I felt that the most importantly is that I see and I influence them. All right. And I create impact by showing them there's a lot of work that you need to do. All right. And whereby you need to contribute your time. It's not just money that matters. All right. The money that I have invested, that putting in all my efforts, my sweat, my time, and all the people, corporates, the people, the entrepreneur that I bring in, the investors, all of them, all right, my pitches, I've done so many pitch, all right, to all the different companies, the corporates, entrepreneur, investors, venture capitalists, private equities, you name it, right? Go on and on. It's just the way of how you want it to be like. Just do it. Keep on doing it. Just do it. All right. And then you will be able to get there where anything that you have come across, it really solves the problem. Okay, because it's your heart that matters. All right, that actually help you, that you see that it will happen without any other things that you are looking for. All right, in terms of merit or whatever. No, not that at all. All right, but you just see the people that they help themselves and their family, their children are able to go to school, proper school. They could eat proper food, healthy food. All right, that is the most important things whereby even you are 1 billion or 10 billion, you can't get it. All right, you will never find that joy. All right, that you just do it and you can just see they themselves that bear the fruits. Okay, that is the satisfaction that you have, and that is what I want to see as well. All right, so that is something whereby I went through all the challenges, the difficulties. All right, and I just keep on doing it and doing it and doing it. All right, and this is how I have bring myself where I am right now. Thank you.
Brilliant answer. Couldn't give more brilliant answer than this. Thank you so much for encouraging this gentleman and giving your insights. My friend from Nigeria, please be with us. I will ask our another friend from Africa, from Botswana. Doctor, if you're there, kindly turn on your microphone and your video. Dr. Makali, you there?
Hello, I'm here. How are you?
All good. Can you please turn on your video?
All right. Can you see me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Now you are visible. Okay, so I will not
Thank you.
take a lot of your time. Rather, I will give the podium to you. So please self-introduce yourself, and the floor is yours for next 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
All right. I hope to be to take that less than that. Okay, let me see if my slides can allow me to introduce myself from there. Can you see my slides? Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, we can. But then it is the conclusion slide is showing. So maybe you can go to the first one.
All right, let's go to the first one, which is the function home. All right. Can you see the first one now? Thank you. Thank you so much, Arjit. I hope I'm saying your name correctly.
Yes.
And thank you so much to the rest of your committees, various committees, and my colleagues here on the platform who have presented before me and those who will present after me. It's really a privilege, and I feel humbled to be allowed to present my perspectives on this topic today. My name is Dr. O'Brien Mukali. I reside here in Gaborone in Botswana. Originally, I'm from Zimbabwe, which is just neighboring to Botswana in the north, here in Central Africa, in Southern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. A professor of management in the business faculty, but currently I run also my consultants full-time. I'm about to go back into teaching, but I've enjoyed for the last year running a consultancy, fully-fledged consultancy called 0 to 1. On that slide, you can see that a bit of an image and something to do, which to do with 0 to 1. It's an accredited trainer, and we are accredited to train in the full spectrum of management courses and conduct non-audit activities throughout the entire management value chain. And today I would like to present the topic startup ecosystem and entrepreneurship in sub-Saharan Africa, which is partly my specialty in entrepreneurship, innovation, small business, and management. The content is very brief. There's a synopsis, and you can see there for yourself. I'll delve briefly into a background to give you context of the African background and the startups in our perspectives, geographical location of the active ecosystem startup apps, an overview of our challenges, literature on startups and their funding in sub-Saharan Africa, methodology, findings, and conclusions. So let me dive straight into it. I will just speak to a few points. I will not read everything, but feel free to read as I go through the slides. So you can see I'm coming from my home office, so expect some interruptions from my children, but it's part of those things that happen when you use your home office.
Don't worry about it. We love it when you are coming from home. We love it. Please.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me start now. Right, so I would like to speak about the common practice or critique some common practices. Start by critiquing common practices in ecosystems, startup ecosystems that tend to replicate the Silicon Valley model. And I would like to argue that replicating Silicon Valley model in low-income ecosystems such as the ones in sub-Saharan Africa, and specifically here, do not yield much outcomes or success for reasons that I have put here. For example, I'm saying this study or this paper integrates scientific and societal insights, so it's exploratory, to explore African entrepreneurial ecosystems, specifically in South Africa, which is where I'm very familiar with a lot of incubation and acceleration and startups, and Botswana, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and Rwanda. The methodology included or uses a meta-analysis of academic and non-academic literature. So it's a combination, it's a mixed approach where I've looked at academic and non-academic literature in terms of websites and so forth, and the active participation of certain stakeholders and like policy makers, funders, and development practitioners who provided a comprehensive view of entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial support practices and entrepreneurial supports in terms of government venture capital or private venture capital. And the emphasis is that for African entrepreneurial ecosystems to succeed, they must align with local values such as Ubuntu, Boto, Unu. This is a very big value here in Southern Africa, which is, to just briefly describe it, embodies what we call a communal, embracing communal, the assets of a company. A company is an extension of society, and it embraces community societal problems. Such societal problems such as poverty alleviation and orphanages created by HIV/AIDS and so forth. We expect startups or businesses to address such societal problems. Extensive networks such as AfriLabs, Inkomoko, and African Union Commission helped ground this study in lived experiences by local actors, thereby promoting ecosystem narrative that supports Africa's unique cultural, social, and economic goals. Let me go to my next slide. Africa's current population is 1.3 billion and is projected to double by 2050. The continent has a young demographic with a median age of 20, which is half that of the UK. Africa is one of the highest entrepreneurship rates globally, according to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitoring, GEM. However, a 2017 report by African Development Bank indicates that 20% of African young entrepreneurs introduce new products and services, while only 33% startups start businesses out of necessity. In other words, they are necessity entrepreneurs. 33% are necessity entrepreneurs and not opportunity entrepreneurs. Venture capital funding and angel investments are key indicators of ecosystem growth generally in general traditional literature. And I'm going to speak to this point about evolving towards a sustainable entrepreneurship development model rather than a growth-based model. Different estimates exist for venture capital investment in Africa, with figures for 2020 ranging from $700 million US dollars to $1.4 billion US dollars, as reported by Disrupt Africa and so forth and so forth. So Africa is becoming a promising market for digital startups, especially in fintech, e-commerce, and IT sectors. Despite increased funding, there are still significant untapped opportunities. By addressing these gaps, we could help African startups create innovative platforms and business models using disruptive technologies, potentially reaching new markets with affordable solutions. Here's the problem statement. High failure rates, estimated at 85%. So in other words, I'm saying the startup failure rate is generally estimated to be 85%. And its limited adoption of entrepreneurial practices result from ineffective policies. Conventional support models often utilize linear, one-size-fits-all approaches, which may be ineffective in diverse or evolving business environments. Entrepreneurship is often promoted as a driver of economic growth, but it does not always lead to sustainable development. Some ventures prioritize growth over generating innovative impacts, and I'm glad
Doctor, we lost you somehow. I don't know if it is network failure. We'll wait for him to come.
Seems we lost him.
Yeah, it's okay. He's here. Can you please unmute yourself? You're muted, Doctor. Doctor, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please.
All right. I was automatically muted from that side.
Yeah.
So I was saying the promotion of entrepreneurship for growth or growth models, startup ecosystems which have a growth model, encourage ambitious mindsets that may not foster new innovations aligned with future industry needs or sustainable development goals. Now, let's focus on three sectors, namely fintech, e-commerce, and information technology. Disruptive technologies can create new markets and potentially overtake leading companies in their sectors. Disruptive technology and cutting-edge technology are not synonymous concepts. So a cutting-edge technology can be non-disruptive if it doesn't transform the market, often due to its specialized innovative content. Secondly, not all disruptive technologies are new. Some new were developed long before they were utilized in a market disruptive manner. Examples to the aforementioned statements are, example one, the Ford mass marketed the Model T automobile in the 1920s, long after the invention of that model. Example two, the rapid worldwide diffusion of mobile phones began in the early 2000s, decades after the creation of the first mobile phones. So I would like to also speak about the geographical location of these digital startups in sub-Saharan Africa. They are found in countries like Egypt, Kenya, Rwanda, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa. The above countries stand out as Africa's digital hubs. These centers tend to be based in capital cities, apart from in South Africa, where less than half are in the capital. So this is a picture, a depiction of the geographical location of what I've just said in terms of the continent. Here's an overview of our challenges. Deep tech startups face a unique set of business challenges. And I took this from Della and Vericott in the Harvard Business Review for October 2024. Products typically from deep tech startups involve prolonged research and development periods and substantial upfront costs, making quick iterations and cost efficiencies difficult. Longer timeframes are often required for deep tech products to mature and become market ready. Stringent regulatory environments and technical complexities necessitate a more sophisticated approach compared to other tech companies. Leaders with success in other industries or parts of tech may find the challenges of deep tech overwhelming, as past strategies may not be applicable in this new context. So if we can also look at what the Oxford Entrepreneurship Policy Roundtable in 2021 identified from their seminal study as 4 key challenges facing African startup ecosystems. 1, talent. And in the previous presenter, there was talk of human capital. Indeed. So talent is here in terms of, in the context of Africa, is available. A lot of the youth are unemployed. The general youth unemployment statistic is between 28% and 35% across the sub-Saharan. And most of those are graduates across many domains. So they are very, very capable. Acceleration, this is speaking to incubators and accelerators. There are private incubators and private accelerators that have started to evolve. Most are led by private banks, and some are government incubators and accelerators. Funding is a landscape for startups in Africa is very scarce, to say the least. Government venture capital tends to be available here in Southern Africa, predominantly in South Africa and in Botswana, but in most other African continents or economies, the private sector-led private venture capital is one that tends to fund. And I'll speak about this later on in my presentation, whereby I say most is coming from the diaspora overseas. And then government policy in terms of incentives and disincentives for startups. And I'm not going to talk much about this literature. I'll pick a few points there. For example, I wanted to say the largest source of African venture capital funding comes from the US, which is 40%, and followed by South Africa, 9%, the UK, 8%, and Nigeria. And this is where I say the diaspora FDI, foreign direct investment from the African diaspora. Many venture capital-backed companies are run by expatriates and foreign founders, not local founders. So for instance, Bayern in 2019 examines companies raising over 1 million US in venture capital, while over 50% of companies had purely local founders in Nigeria and South Africa. In other countries such as Kenya and Ghana, in less than 15% are purely local founders. In South Africa and Kenya, approximately 1/4 of all companies included a mix of local and expat founders. Let me go to the examples of startups in the southern sub-Saharan African ecosystems. Probably the most important signals are the recent successful exits and success stories such as Digest Africa 2019 says there were 51 exits, equivalent to 431 million US dollars in total disclosed investment, and 56 exits, which were worth $647 million in 2018 and 2019, respectively. Some of the most celebrated ones include InterSwitch, which acquired $200 million by Visa, acquired for $200 million by Visa in 2019, and Paystack, acquired by Stripe for $200 million in 2020. Equally exciting are some of the scale-ups that have not yet exited, but have raised large later stage rounds, including Flutterware, which raised a Series C round of $170 million at a valuation of over $1 billion, and Tala, which raised over $200 million and is valued at $560 million. While these are all fintech companies, it is also worth mentioning that Andela, an ed tech company, raised $180 million and is currently valued at $700 million. Now, going back to a need for an entrepreneurship-led development model, entrepreneurship-led sustainable development model. So the prevailing view of an ideal entrepreneurial ecosystem emphasizes a rapid scaling of local businesses as a success metric, whereas the speed and scale of growth are crucial indicators. Internationally, benchmarks such as unicorns, decacorns, and gazelles are used to classify startups based in their revenue and valuation growth, leading ecosystems to focus heavily on fast-growing, innovation-driven industries, often with digital businesses and tech hubs. This growth-oriented approach, often supported by international funding, prioritizes quick-scaling digital ventures. However, in low-income regions, such as here in Sub-Saharan Africa, such models are less effective due to local challenges like institutional gaps or institutional voids. In other words, ineffective institutions which are set up to support startups, fragile infrastructure, ecosystems designed with a long-term perspective as opposed to a short-term. So despite these unique local needs, global growth narrative has dominated, shaping how local or African ecosystems are viewed and developed, often through an external growth-focused lens rather than one adapted for local realities. The dominant narrative in global entrepreneurial ecosystems likens them to the racetrack, where local entrepreneurs are jockeys. Their chosen businesses are business models are likened to horses. So you have a racetrack, you have jockeys, you have horses. This analogy is that way: the racetrack and the jockeys and their horses is the current narrative of the fast growth model of startup ecosystems. However, this perspective often disconnects business outcomes from broader socio-environmental goals such as sustainability or sustainable development, overlooking social and spatial dynamics, particularly in low-income economies. While international perspectives can provide useful insights, they need to be balanced with local narratives that reflect cultural, social, and economic context of a region. This approach is especially relevant in low-income economies where entrepreneurial success should address sustainable development goals, SDGs, like reduced inequalities, sustainable communities, and responsible production. Entrepreneurial ecosystems are not simply competitive races, but collaborative journeys that should support local development. To make these ecosystems more meaningful, researchers suggest incorporating local stories and experiences into narratives, which can inspire new success metrics that prioritize both business growth and sustainable, community-centered impact. This is the rationale of this approach, which speaks to SDGs 9, SDGs 10, SDGs 11, and 12. I will not go into the details here, but I want to go to my new slide about the rationale supporting the methodology. Now, findings from various literature and studies also are corroborated here, whereby, for example, findings confirm that the link between receiving outside venture capital and private equity funding, adopting tech, African companies that incorporate disruptive tech are observed to be 3 percentage points more likely to receive funding than those that did not. This difference, referred to as the disruptiveness premium, is higher by 7 to 16 percentage points, respectively, to their counterparts in Latin American or other frontier cities such as London and so forth and so forth. The dollar amount of the disruptiveness premium also differs between regions. African firms that embedded disruptive tech receive 40% more funding than those firms that did not, compared to their counterparts in Latin America and other centers such as London and so forth, who received 99% more funding, and frontier cities, which are about 259% more. Another finding confirms that, for example, the seminal study by the Oxford Entrepreneurship Policy Roundtable in 2021 points to an embracing tax seemingly to help a company's bottom line. Startups incorporating disruptive technologies in Africa have a probability of success that is 4.5 percentage points higher than non-disruptive firms, and their average growth level in terms of market valuation is 46% greater over the firm's life cycle. This presentation underscores the need for inclusive, locally grounded policies, interventions that consider diverse experiences and aspirations of African entrepreneurs. This approach could lead to a more equitable entrepreneurial ecosystem, fostering sustainable growth aligned with the vision of the Africa we want. And I'd like to conclude there and just pick a point from my last slide to say, by examining the complex environments in which entrepreneurs in low-income African economies operate, the research highlights key areas for potential interventions and improvements. And with that, I would like to go to my last slide, where I would like to say thank you very much. And this ends my presentation. And of course, there are a lot of references there, but I have also shared this with Arijit. So these slides are available. Thank you so much. And I'm free to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the first question to a friend from Nigeria and then hop into you, and then we'll go to our next speaker, Akshara. Akshara is from India. So from Africa, we'll travel back again in India, of course, in a different city. So a question came, it's a very interesting question that came. I'll pick only one for you. How about the tech innovation happening in Nigeria and how we can shake hands? Probably the question is coming from the perspective of collaboration. It is coming from, again, India. So question to you. How about the tech innovation happening in Nigeria and how to collaborate with the Nigerian ecosystem?
So recently, MoneyPoint just achieved a market capitalization of $1 billion. So if you look at the Nigerian, especially in the financial services space, the Asian market are really shaping the outcome of the Nigerian financial services. So for example, Paycom from China came into Nigeria and is be able to penetrate and even allow the national banks to be able to have a run for their money and competing. So also we've been able to increase financial inclusion through technology penetration. We've seen like M-Pesa that happened in Kenya. We have the likes of Paycom, OP, MoneyPoint, that I told you just raised like about $1 billion to achieve a market capitalization. Paystacks, Flutterwave too, that started sometime in Nigeria, has also been able to scale. We have the likes of PayPal, Paystack too, just like Doctor mentioned, that are also shaping the industry. So sometime last year, there was the FinTech Summit that was held in India, in which a lot of Nigerians also went in there to penetrate. But the key things that I want to drive out is
that scalability or adaptability of those solutions is very, very important. You don't want to set up an infrastructure that you cannot get on a very small scale. So for example, a lot of people don't go to banks again. They just with their phone, even with their USSD, they are able to carry out their financial transactions. Once they log into the application, an average Nigerian trusts the OPay platform or the MoneyPoint platform than the average commercial bank platform. Simply the ease of use and the scalability. We've also seen when it comes to the electronic sports gambling, we've seen a lot of penetration. Gone are the times when people used to go to the pool houses in Nigeria. Those that lived within the Africa might understand the pool houses more, right? But now you're able to log into applications and they're able to carry out their gambling or experience their leisure. The same way we are seeing people being able to connect through online games and all that. So depending, first thing is you should look at the solution you want to deploy. Is it affordable? Because we've seen increased devaluation of the Naira. Naira has been tagged as the worst performing, one of the worst performing currencies in the globe, because sometimes something that was like about 800 and something last year or 300 and something last 2 years is trading like about 8,661 when I looked at the market indices as at today. So you need to look at Paycom. Up to now, Paycom just made profit for the very first time. So something that has been launched within Nigerian markets is like about 10 years ago. So it might take you long. You didn't want your money within the short haul or you want your money over the long haul. Those are tough decisions you want to make. But the market is there. Nigeria has over 228 million people. And is expanding at 2.8%, meaning that over the next, before 2035, Nigeria should be over 230 million. Where other countries are trying to reduce populations, there's a lot of reproduction, a lot of men and women are coming together to be able to increase. So the youthful population is there, but if you want your money over the short period of time, I don't think Nigeria is the right market. But if you're able to deploy a solution that is accessible and that is easily scalable, the economies of scale and your opportunity to scale is very there, but it might take quite a long period of time before you're able to get the appropriate returns on investment, especially if you can take loans in dollars and that which might arise from further devaluation of the Naira based on the current market realities as we have now.
Brilliant answer. To be very honest, in front of everyone, I would love to probably explore Nigeria as a potential market for our games that we have, and probably the other African countries as well. While building smart cities, game development is the key that at least I started long back. It's been 26 plus years. I know or at least 90% of the ball game, how people can earn money and how economy can be uplifted utilizing game development technology as a technology provider. So coming back to the next question to Doctor, I'll skip 2 questions. Sorry, audience, because of the time, because we have another speaker in the lineup. Doctor, a quick question coming up is rightly, properly said, but then when you talk about the impact of foreign direct investment in Africa, what is the exact sustainable project that Africa is taking as a policy? That's the question to you. You're muted, Doctor. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's a very nice question. Let me attempt to address that question first. The FDI into Africa over the last, if you look at the World Bank statistics, over the last 20 or so years, is below 5% of most GDPs of most African countries in sub-Saharan Africa. In other words, there has not been much foreign direct investment flowing into Africa over the last 30 years. And the impact of FDI is still visible in terms of, let me give an example of here in Southern Africa. You have the Mercedes-Benz in East London operating vast plants of right-hand drive Mercedes vehicles supplying to the entire world, assembled here in East London. And you have the BMW franchises and Ford. Ford, I'll have to fact check that they possibly have scaled down, but that is the kind of FDI. But yes, in terms of startups, the FDI has not had a direct activity into incubation or accelerators or funding in terms of private equity or venture capital startup. The private sector venture capital is not significant. Government venture capital, GVC, is the one that is driving startups and incubation in terms of university or public sector spin-offs and so forth. And there could be a lot of opportunities there where if FDI in this era could target startup ecosystems, that could be also a new era, according to what my colleague there, Mr. Oladaten from Nigeria has to collaborate and to link this to that. There is high potential of foreign direct investment into the startup ecosystem, especially if it plays the role in acceleration, incubation, or equity, or private equity. There is a huge capital, there's a huge opportunity there. That is not being exploited. Thank you.
Brilliant answer and brilliant question, to be very honest. Let's see what we can do as an ecosystem. I will go directly to our last speaker for today, or rather tonight. If you are there, yes, thank you so much for turning on your video and microphone. Sorry about being late, but then we had a complete impactful event for the whole day. And trust me on this, if you look at each and every speaker coming from various different parts of the world, 15 minutes each, and then the Q&A, oh my God, it was amazing. So my friend, the stage is yours. So if you can turn on your microphone and introduce yourself, and yes, all yours.
Thank you so much, Arjit, and it is a pleasure for me to be here and talking about a topic that is very dear to me, mental wellness and the challenges in the current scenario. Let me start this talk with the idea of mental health. Is it something new, or is it something, an emerging concept, or is it already there? Because since COVID-19, a lot of people started actually acknowledging that there is a mental health challenge that they go through. Because a lot of people went through the issue of fear, anxiety, or, because of the uncertainty of life, a lot of people started acknowledging that mental health issues are real. But if you look at Indian context, we have been talking about mental wellness for a quite long time. For example, in one of the very old literary works like Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it is written Yoga Chittavritti Nirodha, which means yoga is all about controlling the distractions of the mind. And even Ayurveda mentions that Manovaha Srotas, which means that Ayurveda considered mind as one of the important channels of treatment, which again justifies the idea that mental health has already been considered as a very important aspect for a quite long time. However, we have been having a challenge in accepting mental health as an important issue or aspect for ourselves. So why are we discussing this challenge in today's time is a very important question that we all need to ask. And if you look at the mental health burden is increasing exponentially, and there is an increase in people taking extreme steps because of their mental health challenges. Because what we are seeing today is because of depression, because of schizophrenia, or because of varieties of mental health issues, people are going to take extreme steps, which is going to cause a loss of life. And then mental health at workplace has become another new challenge due to work pressure, stress, targets, and so on. And we are taking the competitive world so much into our hearts that it is impacting even children at an early age. It's not just impacting adults, but also children. And mental health challenges are impacting varieties of other health issues. Again, when we generally talk about mental health, we only end up thinking about depression, anxiety, stress. But in fact, the mental health issues are impacting our physical health issues also. Like we are seeing irritable bowel syndrome, hypertension, migraine, fibromyalgia, and so on, where many of the doctors also say that it is mostly psychosomatic, which means it is derived from the psychological issues. And this is a very important primary data that I would like to share, because I keep going to organizations, corporate companies, or NGO sector, and many other places where I conduct training programs, workshops, mental health awareness programs, and so on. So what I generally ask is, see, a majority of the workforce in the corporate world is extremely intelligent in themselves. And as we also had some discussions about AI in the by the previous speaker, a lot of people are intellectually stimulated and they are using a lot of their mind. But at the same time, my further question was, are they really taking care of their mental health? And unfortunately, 93 to 95% of the people are not doing anything for their mental health. This is a very alarming figure. And this is the primary data that I have collected. So it is guaranteed that this is the number that we are looking at, which means, say, out of 100 people, only 5 to 7 people are taking care of their mental health. Rest of them are not really doing anything for their mental health. And when we also looked at physical health issues or physical health awareness, nearly 14 to 20% were actually regularly doing something for their physical health. Otherwise, many of them were not even doing that. So the broader question is, are we really taking care of our health, and specifically mental health? So there are a couple of misconceptions also about mental health. Like, a lot of people think that meditation will solve all the mental health problems, which is not true. Because every time, when you have a mental health challenge, if you perform or if you practice meditation, it may not be able to, or it may not help in addressing the root cause of the problem. And another major thing that people have within their head is the time will heal. Even though there are stressors, there are issues that they are going through, they will believe that time will heal, so they will leave it to the time. But unfortunately, the simpler issues become more complex over a period of time, and then it becomes a much more intense and difficult challenge for us to resolve later on. And suppressing has been a best way to cope. That is something that we are all taught from the childhood itself, that even if something happens to us, generally our parents say, okay, it's okay, leave it, right? So that is how we end up suppressing a lot of negative emotions. And we also think that if we pretend that we are unaffected, we are considered as strong. And there is nothing one can do about stress. This is again another misconception a lot of people have, because people think everyone is having stress, so why should I bother? Because it has become a new normal. But unfortunately, this new normal is leading to a lot of other complex issues. And we will take care of mental health only once it gets into extremities. This is again another challenge, because as a practitioner of mental health in the mental health space, what I see is a lot of people come to the therapist only once it has gone out of control. They don't come in the initial days. And even if they realize that there are issues that they are facing, they still want to believe that they will be able to handle it or manage it in their own way. And they think that they can postpone visiting a psychologist for a couple of time or for a prolonged period of time, which is not the reality, which is becoming another major issue. Because when you come with a more intense or more severe issues, then the therapeutic process will also take its own time. And again, some spiritual answers also come into picture, that I'm destined to be unhappy, or my life is like this and nothing can be done about it, is also a kind of mental makeup a lot of people do. The current state, what is the challenge that we look at when it comes to broader mental health challenges? So while mental health awareness is being spread, this is a very positive sign. I'm very happy about it, that a lot of people have started talking about it. A lot of awareness sessions are happening. A lot of psychologists have come out and they are speaking in public. So there is a lot of shift. But unfortunately, we are still thinking that mental health is all about going to a therapist. No, it is not that. And community mental health is also a bigger challenge. We are not looking at how do we create a collective space where we can address mental health challenges even before they become more aggressive or more severe. is another bigger challenge or bigger question that we all need to ask ourselves, because it is not just about going to a therapist. Secondly, it is also important for the individual also to put an effort. And thirdly, we also look at preventing mental health challenges instead of only looking at curative aspects. And there are also support groups that are available. I mean, there are so many Telegram groups, WhatsApp groups, or Facebook groups, etc., where people can share their issues, their problems, etc. Sometimes even anonymously. But what I'm also observing is it has become a space where victimhood is celebrated many times, or everyone is trying to become a rescuer for another, and the real empowerment is not happening in those cases. That's another challenge that we are seeing. And even the initiatives that are being taken at corporate levels are quite superficial, again, for the sake of doing something for the wellness or mental health of or the employees. The corporate companies are simply doing it for the heck of it, but they are not considering mental health challenges or looking care or taking care of mental health as an investment for the company. And there are also, again, this is another challenge in the mental health space itself, that there are so many quack counselors who are creating a wrong notion about the sanctity of a therapy or therapeutic intervention. And because of that, a lot of people also have developed a mistrust about the psychologists and their credibility and the kind of intervention that they can do. And one more challenge is everyone knows psychology, especially after this. There are so many books that have come out in the public domain. A lot of people have read those books and they think that they know everything about psychology, and they become counselors by reading few books, and then they think that they have mastered over the subject, which is again a major challenge that we are all facing, because the real psychologists have to bring a lot of trust and build a lot of credibility among public, which is again becoming a challenge. And that is still a lack of information among a lot of people. I can give you simple examples, like a lot of people still do not know what is the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. Whom should they go first? What are the things that happen in a psychological intervention? All these things are still not completely known to a lot of people, even the most educated ones. In fact, I have been coaching a lot of CXO level people. They also come and ask me what is really going to happen in the psychological intervention. Because even though there are a couple of movies that have come on this theme of mental health, only few of them have been able to really communicate what happens in a therapeutic session. Otherwise, most of them have made a mockery of a psychological therapeutic intervention. And there are also a couple of other misconceptions, like psychologists only listen and give some suggestion. How are they going to solve our problem? Or I can rather speak to a friend instead of a therapist, and so on. So these are all the other issues that we are facing in the current system. And just to give you a case study, how people are misinterpreting things of mental health challenges. So, for example, recently I was in a conversation with the managing director of an organization where we were discussing about various issues. And I also brought this aspect of his employees going through stress, work-life imbalance, fatigue, which is impacting the employees in a very bad way at workplace. While he expressed a desire for his team to be energetic and perform at their peak, he dismissed the challenges they face as mere excuses for underperformance. He simply said, "Oh, these are all excuses." Rather than showing concern or willingness to address these issues, he viewed them as irrelevant and seemed uninterested to do anything or create any supportive measures. So, what are the way forwards? What we can do? When we have looked at all these current issues and the challenges, mental health has to be a priority from the leadership level, because I always believe in top-down approach in these kind of things, because if the leader is open to talk about their mental health issues, if the leader is acknowledging that mental health issues are real, then it will definitely translate into their employees, irrespective of any organization, be it governmental, non-governmental, corporate organization, or anything for that matter. Even entrepreneurial young startups can also follow this path. Mental well-being practices should be encouraged in the workplace so that it is normalized. Instead of normalizing stress, can we normalize mental health related practices? Maybe meditation for that matter. Meditation is definitely helping in preventive strategy. I'm not against meditation per se, but I was only saying that meditation is not useful in curative. So can we use that as an example, or maybe some mandala art, or maybe some maybe sharing of emotions and so on? Can these activities be normalized? At least once in a week, all employees should engage in some mental well-being related activities mandatorily. And leaders have to develop a balance between empathy and assertiveness. This is again a very important notion that I have brought into the leadership coaching, where I always say leader has to be empathetic, but at the same time assertive, so that they will be able to balance between the employee relationship as well as goal achievement. The trainings and workshops on mental well-being are also very important for people to open up about mental health issues. It is not just about, say, you just give some vouchers or coupons to say, okay, you can go to this fellow or this organization and take individual counseling. It is important for us to bring it in a public space so that it is easy for everyone to acknowledge that every one of us are going through one or other challenge. So broadly, what I would like to conclude is, recently I was in a conference where a speaker was saying that we do not have to talk about climate change in the present time because we have already reached a climate crisis at this point of time. Already a lot of floods, a lot of drought, and many other climate crisis or the destruction or disasters are already happening. So it is not the time for us to talk about climate change, but about the climate crisis. In the same way, what I would like to bring here is, it is not the time for us to keep on talking only about mental health issues, because we are already facing a mental health crisis in our society. And that is where we need to take action. That is why I say we have to act now on a priority basis. Otherwise, the situation will be really critical and it is going to be really challenging over a period of time. So with that, I would like to thank Arjit and the team for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. And yeah, thank you so much.
You don't know how important you are in this ecosystem. I'm not sure how many of you actually follow the kind of input that he was giving. Let me share a few bit of experience of, maybe I would say, my own experience working with multiple different cultures and society and countries. It's sad but true when we look at Bharat. Well, India is a given name, so I call Bharat as Bharat. Yeah. And if we look at the metro cities, I see only people without peace of mind. I would say they hesitate to think other person as a human being, full of aggression. I'm sorry about this statement. I'm making this statement as a founder of World Leaders Summit in front of probably half of the world. We forgot how to walk, how to speak, how to run, how to drive. We are honking. We are restless. Sorry, but it's happening, and he's completely right. I can see that. At the same time, when I travel outside of India and when I probably walk in the streets of Asia or maybe in Europe or probably in Africa even, I'm not taking example of US and Australia. Those are uplifted ones. But in these places, I can see resilience. I can see how people are walking. Small example, we have a great partnership with Korea. We have team there. I'm talking about Virtual Infocom. My teammates, when I leave the country for some other work, like when I'm moving from Korea to some other part of the world, they cry. I'm not joking, because we touch each other as a human being.
Yeah.
In those metros, Akshara, let me share a small incident. In Korean metro, it's a maximum Korean if you are not in Seoul. Like if you are in some other part of Korea, maybe Busan, 90% of people don't speak in English. But then as a foreigner, if you are there, probably you need some kind of help. Even though they can't speak in English, if you're looking for some kind of suggestion and you're using your internet as a translator and say that, I want to go to this place, can you please guide me? They will hold your hand, they will show you the path. They will probably walk with you for maybe a kilometer. And I'm not joking. I'm not at all joking. It happened multiple times. At the same time, when I come back and then see how we feel that we became work alcoholic, I'm so sorry. I think we lost a lot of things. We lost the path of understanding that work alcoholic is good. At the same time, you have to be a leader, and I completely echo you. Leadership doesn't mean that you have to, have multiple number of followers.
Yep.
You have to create multiple leaders. At the same time, Akshara, there are startups who come to me for mentoring, guidance. I love to help people. That's my nature. At the same time, I can see nowadays some of them are non-mentorable. This is very, very crucial.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm not taking any question from anywhere. Rather, I'll be asking you this question directly. What is your thought process? Why this is happening? Is it because we became too fast? Is it because we have got access to a lot of information but less knowledge? Is it because we forgot how to translate knowledge to wisdom? Is it because we lost the touch that what we eat as a food is basically cryo-frozen food or probably processed food rather than actual food? What's your take on this?
I think you have asked a very critical question because, as you rightly said, the humanness itself is being lost among a lot of people. And a lot of people are becoming very mechanical in their approach. Again, that one reason could be that we always believe that we have to keep running to reach the goal, whereas we do not understand that clear vision and target is good enough, and you just keep walking and you will definitely reach much faster because you're not tired. Because a lot of people are running towards reaching the goal, and once they reach, they do not even have that stamina or to even the energy to enjoy the achievement of the goal. That is the kind of situation a lot of people are in. So they do not have that sustainability and kind of consistency in what they're doing, and it has become a rat race. And that is why a lot of people, in fact, I can resonate with you very well, because if somebody has fallen on the road, a lot of people do not even give a damn about what has happened to that fellow. Instead, we simply want to run away to or reach some other place. And we do not even know how to handle such situations. So this is a very sad state of affairs. And I think we all need to go back a little bit and become humans again. I think the machinery parts are going to be taken care by AIs in the near future. So we really want to be, I mean, recently that is what I was saying in an organization, that now you do not need to be extremely technically sound, but I expect you to be creative, because creativity is something that is a boon to human being. So you can create new things, just like we have created AI for that matter, or anything for that matter, technology or modernity or anything that we say is the creation of human mind. So we need to be creative, and we need to give that time for ourselves instead of simply running without having any specific direction. So
Thank you for your inputs. I think it's a subject we can go on, and I'll highly request you to maybe come once again, not in this mega summit, but we have format. So for all the audience, we have monthly format. It's called Leadership Talk, wherein we bring a subject matter expert. They only talk about their own subject, and there are audience who usually interact, communicate. There is a learning session, which is a paid mode. It's not free. So if you really want to learn from an expert, there is a booking session that happens again in a month. There is a third session that we do is online pitching and offline pitching for the startups who want to raise capital. There are sessions which is mentoring sessions, wherein we usually support, help, and guide startups and SMEs how to structure their company, how to become more successful and connect with the large network. We help with our accelerator. We help with our funding process. We help with our technology. So feel free to connect. This is the first day of World Leaders Summit. We are already at the end of the summit itself. But with due note, I'm not sure how many of you follow logo of this gentleman. I really liked his presentation. To me, I'm not sure how you made it, but to me, it looks like probably you thought of things from Sanskrit, coming from Omkar as a Om, and then creating it as a human being with a heart on the top of it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, the idea is we have to come down from head to heart. That is when we can really become humans. Yeah.
Super. With this note, thank you so much. So I do this always. So let me give you the meaning of this. It's called Namaskar. Nama, Te Nama. Your brain, my brain comes together to do a greater goodness. See you tomorrow.